people who don't have the 2 weeks vacation to take, can you do it in a week? Can you do it in a few days? What's the time range out for this?
Absolutely. My Colombia trip was 2 days in Cartagena and 2 days in Peru. So there wasn't a ton of time at all in this trip. You can, if you have the luxury of doing this. I spoke to people who spent a week in Venice and Florence and then went to an Italian beach resort. So it could go either way, but you don't need 1 million vacation days to pull off kind of this 2-part split trip.
Do you need like $1 million? I mean, is this going to cost you so much more if you're doing multiple destinations?
You don't even need $1 million. There's so many different ways to do it. I'm thinking about some more local options of like DC, and then Delaware Beach was one of the places we talked about. There was let me think. There was a lot of kind of local, like a Charlotte city trip followed by some really great beach time. So you don't have to go around the world to pull this off.
All right, Hannah Howard, thank you so much for joining us. And I'm going to look into Cartagena. That sounds lovely.
Me too. I'll join you.
David Gura, do you do this when you travel?
My agenda is set for me by
Really?
other members
You
of the
have no
family.
say.
I have very little say. I do enjoy just vegging out.
Okay.
But do you do the action first and then the veg
Do a
out?
little action, some hike or other physical rigor. I'll do that. How about you? I can imagine you do having some rigor.
Who says
hiking?
That's the most David Gura way of
Parasailing? What are we
phrasing.
doing,
Like, let's
Lisa?
do something
What do you got?
active.
I am not. Next week, I'll be sitting on a softball field in the rain the whole week. Salisbury, Maryland.
Sounds fun.
You guys will be
Sounds
so
very
happy.
Maryland.
My
Wow.
spa is very close to your softball game, though, so if you get bored and you want to defect, you should just
Thank
drive over
you.
to the spa. It'll be great.
Thank you. I could use it.
All right. I think that'll do it. Thank you for joining us on Bloomberg This Weekend. Be sure to tune in Wednesday at 1:30 p.m. Wall Street time for a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance, The Fed Decides. I'm Christina Ruffini.
I'm David Gura with Lisa Mateo. We will be back with you next weekend, Saturday and Sunday at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. The Michelle Hussein Show is next right here on Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg Radio.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio. Now, an update from our partners at ABC News.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. More details on what is now being called by Germany's interior minister an Islamist terrorist attack. A van ramming into a crowd at a pride event in Berlin and the driver getting out and slashing people with a machete, says the official. 1 dead, 29 others injured, some critically hurt. ABC's Britt Clennett.
Berlin police say the 21-year-old suspect is known to them. Investigators have not shared a possible motive, but say he has ties to local Islamist groups.
Just last week, Germany actually raised the security alert to high, warning that plans to attack the country were clearly discernible.
The German official says the man has an extensive criminal record. He's a German citizen of Lebanese descent. Gasoline prices rising. The average price of a gallon of regular grade is over $4 now. A threat of a wider war. The Houthis, Iran-backed rebels in Yemen, have opened a new front targeting Saudi Arabian oil exports. 2 wars. ABC's Martha Raddatz.
The total number of U.S. service members killed since the war began nearly 5 months ago is 18. But this week, on the Pentagon's public database, the number was lowered from 18 to 14. The president acknowledging there were 18, but inexplicably referring to the toll coming from 2 wars. Republican Congressman Thomas Massey said on X, "Let me explain this absurd ruse. The Pentagon is pretending there have been 2 Iran wars separated by a brief ceasefire."
U.S. and Iran have stopped nightly attacks for the moment. Nearly 400,000 people confined to their homes or evacuated because of wildfires. In Spain and France, say emergency officials. Evacuees include American Tammy Hutchinson and her husband near Bordeaux.
It escalated pretty quickly. You could see the wind shift, and it really got thick smoke, and it was real, a lot of ash falling out of the sky.
Listening to ABC News.
Now, Bloomberg Radio weather on Sirius XM 121. Some scattered travel delays will develop later today in the Tampa Bay area. We'll be looking at temperatures near 89 with showers and thunderstorms most likely through the afternoon and evening hours. We also have some problems getting in and out of Orlando as the day goes on due to scattered showers and thunderstorms. It'll be near 92 in Orlando today. Monsoonal moisture in the southwest may produce some afternoon showers and thunderstorms and delays into and out of the Phoenix area. It should be up around 109 in Phoenix this afternoon. The Miami-Fort Lauderdale area, another spot where there may be problems due to showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in Miami near 92. Atlanta, there's a chance for afternoon showers and thunderstorms. Temperatures in Atlanta near 90. Those delays may continue into the evening. And we may see a few showers and thunderstorms developing around the Chicago area this afternoon. Highs in Chicago near 94. I'm Rob Carolyn, and that's your Bloomberg Travelers Forecast. Now back to the latest headlines from ABC News.
Days of protests have continued in Madison, Wisconsin after a deadly police shooting of a black man, Corey Ruiz, caught on cell phone video that went viral. ABC's Ike Ajachi.
Police say the officer who fired was injured by that knife. None of the officers were wearing body cameras. The department doesn't require its officers to use them. All 4 officers are now on administrative leave. The state justice department investigating this as a homicide. And this morning, the family, joined by attorney Ben Crump, is demanding charges.
After scandal and drama in Maine, Democrats now have a new U.S. Senate nominee to challenge incumbent Republican Susan Collins. ABC's Christiane Cordero.
Longtime state politician and fifth-generation logger Troy Jackson won the overwhelming majority of delegates at a first-of-its-kind convention Saturday. He became the nominee after the primary winner, Graham Plattner, dropped out of the race amid a sexual assault allegation from an ex-girlfriend, which he denies. Jackson is considered a progressive populist, campaigning on issues like Medicare for all and tax cuts for the working class. Among the voters he's bringing into his pitch, those who supported Plattner and now feel left out.
Welcome to Philly, LeBron. Signs are up around Philadelphia now that LeBron James announced online that he is signing with the 76ers. Caitlin Clark and Team Spoon beat Team Coop in the WNBA All-Star Game. Chuck Severson, ABC News.
And I'm Monica Ricks in the Bloomberg newsroom. Here are some of the stories we're watching. Formula One just announced Malaysia will host its first F1 race in 9 years in October when it's set to stage Bahrain's postponed Grand Prix. It was supposed to happen in April this year, but got scrapped due to the war in Iran. Malaysia actually hasn't hosted a race since 2017 due to rising costs and declining ticket sales. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says he plans to appeal directly to President Trump over new tariffs announced by Washington this week that he calls unjustified. Albanese says Australia has very strong provisions on modern slavery and the tariffs would undermine their trading relationship. The Prime Minister has called for an end to the war in Iran, which has led to higher energy prices, and plans to make an announcement soon on fuel. Meantime, central bankers globally will reveal their worries about the return of oil to about $100 a barrel this week with G7 rate decisions. Bloomberg's Andrew O'Day tells us it starts with the Federal Reserve on Wednesday.
Even as financial markets increasingly predict that borrowing costs will be higher by the end of this year, economists are still expecting the Fed Reserve's next move on interest rates will be a cut. Forecasters in a Bloomberg survey see the U.S. Central Bank cutting its benchmark rate by a 0.25 percentage point in the third quarter of next year. While that's later than last month's survey, it contrasts with views from policymakers and investors who have suggested rate hikes may be on the horizon. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Wall Street's looking ahead to mega cap earnings this week with spotlights on Meta, Apple, Amazon, and Microsoft. Kara Murphy is president of Kestra Investment Management and tells us investors are focused on AI CapEx plans.
Last year it was a little bit different, right? We were a bit earlier in the cycle. The numbers weren't quite as big. This year we move forward. We know a little bit more about how people are using AI. We also know it's going to be a little bit before we start seeing returns on it. So the market is saying maybe we need to slow this pace a little bit.
That's Kestra Investments' Kara Murphy. Till then, we could get some relief on beef prices. The Agriculture Department's lifting a more than year-long ban on Mexican cattle imports to ease soaring prices. The U.S. plans to resume imports in Arizona in late August and eventually open 2 more ports of entry in New Mexico. Right now, the average retail price for ground beef is $7 a pound. Sirloin steaks are $14. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Monica Ricks, and this is Bloomberg.
Wednesday, the Fed decides.
This committee will deliver price stability.
Economists expect no change in rates. But will there be dissents? And what will Fed Chair Warsh say this time?
The bias is still to not hike rates if they can.
Full coverage on a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance.
Is forward guidance just done?
The Fed rate decision and Warsh press conference.
This is a changed Federal Reserve, a switch in mentality.
Wednesday, starting at 1:30 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app.
Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
This is the Podcast Spotlight Hour on Bloomberg Radio.
I'm Michelle Hussein, and you're listening to some highlights of the Michelle Hussein Show podcast on Bloomberg Radio. This week, I'm talking to journalist and author Karen Howe. Karen Howe, who says the AI industry is a reckless race for global domination. I think you do have a problem with the people at the top, right?
We often obsess over the cast of characters at the top. Who's the good guy? Who's the bad guy? Who's the less bad guy? And what I'm saying is that's not the only option. We shouldn't have to live with companies that are so vastly powerful where one person at the top is able to decide all these things.
From Bloomberg Weekend, this is the Michelle Hussein Show. I'm Michelle Hussein. I don't know if you, at the point that you tap a prompt into ChatGPT or Claude, Gemini, Microsoft Copilot, whatever you use, if you ever stop for a moment and wonder how the data got there in the first place. I suspect you don't. Few of us do. These AI tools have been revolutionary in the last few years in the way that so many of us have changed how we work or how we learn. But Karen Howe, who's talked to me for this episode, wants us all to step back and to really think about what the process involves. That is not only the land used for the data centers, the water, the energy involved, but the actual process of gathering and preparing the data, where it comes from, who does the work in putting it together. Karen trained as a mechanical engineer and then did work in Silicon Valley before turning to journalism. She's written a book called Empire of AI, and it's that use of the word empire to describe the top AI companies that I ask her to explain right at the start of this. It started, I think, when she spent a few days inside OpenAI, observing them. They were not a well-known company at the time. She wrote about them in a less than flattering way. Today, it is safe to say that there is no love lost between Karen Howe and the top execs of the AI world. And you'll get a sense of that in my written notes that accompany this conversation. As ever, you'll find them at bloomberg.com/Michelle. You'll get the backstory to this conversation and what I followed up on afterwards. Karen and I spoke in London, where there was something on the table that caught her eye as she came into the studio. It's a different way that I make notes ahead of a conversation, with a spider's web style diagram that reminds me what I really need to cover. So that moment between us is where this begins.
I love this mind map. Do you do this?
Oh, yes, I do this.
This is awesome.
It helps me, but I never did it before this show began.
I'm always so fascinated by the format in which people take notes, because it really is such a window into how they think. Yeah. And I'm such a linear thinker. The diagram confuses me.
Interesting. So what does this reveal about me? That I think in a, I don't think in a linear way, in a non-linear
way. Which I think is probably a lot more information dense.
Essentially, it's what enables recall, because you don't want to be referring to it too much. It's whatever helps imprint it in your brain. So at least I feel it.
Hope? Question mark.
Oh, God. Very good. You're reading upside down. Now, yeah. Okay. Well, Karen, I would love to start with your own words, because you write in Empire of AI that over the years you found only one metaphor that encapsulates the nature of what these AI power players are, and that is empires, not engaged in overt violence and brutality as we know from history, but they too seize and extract precious resources to feed their vision of artificial intelligence. Now, that is a real attack on the companies behind some of the defining tools of our age. What is it that's made you feel so strongly?
These companies have consolidated a historic amount of economic and political power, and they are becoming fast the supreme powers in the world, just like the empires of old. And they do this through the dispossession of resources, labor, value from the majority. They lay claim to resources that are not their own, the data of individuals, the intellectual property of artists, writers, and creators. They exploit an extraordinary amount of labor through both the workers that they use and exhaust to produce their technologies, as well as the workers whose jobs get automated away by the deployment of these technologies. So there is this category of work that is involved in the production of these technologies, including content moderation, including the labeling and cleaning of training data that's called data work. That kind of work is now the number 4 fastest growing work in the US. And the types of people who are doing this work are scientists, lawyers, college graduates, PhD graduates, and they are essentially providing their knowledge and their expertise to the training of these models, but under deeply exploitative, poorly paid conditions where they are not working 9 to 5s. They are in their homes waiting for work to arrive. They never know when it's going to arrive. They never know when it's going to go away. They're being pitted against each other. You know, I've been covering this kind of work for almost 8 years now. And it's the same story again and again with every single community that it hits. You see the same exact patterns of exploitation.
Are you saying that we should be thinking about the exploitation of labor at the point that we're using Claude or ChatGPT?
Yeah, absolutely. So other industries have had similar problems. The fashion industry also engaged in a lot of labor exploitation and a lot of environmental degradation. The answer was never, let's just get rid of clothes altogether. The answer was always, let's hold ourselves to higher standards in producing clothes without those problems.
It's still work, though, isn't it? And there are so many communities where in different parts of the world there is an absence of work altogether. I just want to ask you whether you think that there are definitely challenges in this industry, and your work really details them and deconstructs them. But is there an aspect of this that is about the challenges of our age, that it's not necessarily more exploitative than what's gone before? It's the problems of our time.
I want to go back to what you were saying, that it is work, though, because what is happening with this US case now is that the people are actually people that are highly educated and could have gotten full-time employment. But the reason why they do not have access to better work now is also because of the AI industry.
Taking away jobs.
It's because of the way that the AI industry designs its technology and sells it as a tool for automating knowledge work. Yeah. And so there's a shrinking job market. For the unemployed population in the US, 25% of them are 4-year college degree holders. That's a historic record. And so it's not actually just giving work to people who don't have work. It's actually degrading the work opportunities that exist right now, taking knowledge workers out of a full-time employment kind of situation into a gig work kind of situation.
So what do you say to a country like Malta, which has just signed a major agreement with OpenAI, where everyone who lives in Malta is going to get free access to ChatGPT Plus for a year? They're going to go on a course to learn how to use it. And the government of Malta is very proud of this agreement because it says it puts Malta at the forefront of the digital age.
I've met a lot of policymakers from developing countries, from smaller countries that do see themselves as they can only participate in this revolution if they offer themselves up for sale. Just because, you know, the government is proud of this partnership and they think that this is what gives them the seat at the table, that is actually leading to their citizens having a more dignified life.
But their government would see it as equipping them for work or access to knowledge or everything else that they will need to use large language models for.
I would argue they are being exploited, and I would be curious what the Malta people think not what the Malta government thinks. And the reason why I think they are being exploited is because they are having their data harvested to train the next generations of models. And that's why these companies are going out and striking these partnerships. They need more and more and more data. They need more and more and more data centers to produce their technologies. And one of the challenges when it comes to searching for different sources of data is that they have run out of internet data. They've run out of high quality internet data. And so now one of the best sources of high quality data is straight from the user. And so if they can strike these whole of country partnerships, I mean, you get a whole of country database to upload freely onto
what kinds of thing? Like everything that's, if I was part of it, it would be everything that's on my phone, which is which is being scraped.
Yeah, everything you use. Some people think of this as just, oh, well, I was using Google. I was, saying a lot of things to Google and personal data as well. But I mean, I've never seen people upload their medical files to Google to ask for an interpretation of it. But people do that with ChatGPT, with Gemini, with Claude. And that's intimate medical information.
Is there no positive side of it for you, Karen? Like that uploading of medical data, if it's done with consent, isn't it part of the progress of science? You might get something that troubles you diagnosed, or you might be part of helping wider diagnosis.
What I have problems with is the fact that it is in the hands of deeply powerful companies that have absolutely no accountability to the people that they're actually affecting around the world. And this is why I call them empires. That's the governance structure of an empire. You at the top are able to make hundreds of decisions in a day that then have cascading effects on billions of people around the world. And there are no formal mechanisms by which those billions of people can actually challenge, contest, provide feedback. That's why we've historically moved from empires to democracies, because democracies are these institutionalized ways for people to say when they like something, when they don't like something, and how they want to collectively govern and self-determine their future.
I want to add one note to the discussion on Malta, where all residents over 14 can do an AI literacy course and get free access for a year to either ChatGPT Plus or Microsoft 365 Personal Copilot. Karen said people in Malta were having their data harvested to train the next generation of models. And we put this to OpenAI and to Microsoft. OpenAI directed us to users being able to opt out of having their data used for training. Microsoft said, we do not train on data from users of Copilot within Microsoft 365 apps with personal subscriptions. Karen also said she'd like to know what the people of Malta think rather than the government. A recent survey suggested more than 50% of Maltese expect AI to have a positive impact on their lives over the next decade. And that was above the EU average. More from my conversation with Karen Howe coming up. I'm Michelle Hussein, and this is Bloomberg.
And I'm Monica Ricks in the Bloomberg newsroom. Here are some of the stories we're watching. The U.S. has paused its almost 2-week run of strikes against Iran amid concerns, according to the New York Times, that ramping up this war could dangerously drain the Pentagon's air defense munitions stockpile. Bloomberg White House correspondent Courtney Subramanian has more from Washington.
Concerns over the Patriot interceptors and other defense munitions have been ongoing throughout this war, and recent escalations obviously only exacerbated that. I asked the White House yesterday about this and got a statement from Communications Director Stephen Chung saying that the president, quote, has always been consistent in saying he prefers a diplomatic solution, but he continues to retain all the options if Iran continues terrorist activities in the Strait of Hormuz or against allies, and it would be wise for Iran to work towards a negotiated deal. Otherwise, they will know what will happen.
Bloomberg's Courtney Subramanian. Trump set to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu this week at the White House. We get more on that from Bloomberg's Amy Morris.
A meeting with Netanyahu could help determine next steps and coordination between the U.S. and Israel. This will be their first in-person meeting since February. Netanyahu will also attend the funeral for Senator Lindsey Graham at the U.S. Capitol building and the National Cathedral. In a post on social media, Netanyahu described Graham as a dear friend and a champion of the U.S.-Israel alliance. In Washington, Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is also expected to attend Graham's funeral and meet with Trump on Tuesday. Meantime, Katy Perry denounced the White House this weekend for using her song Firework in a social media video that showed footage of military attacks with the caption, "Iran has been warned." The pop star says it didn't have permission, and using that song to soundtrack destruction and violence is a complete violation of everything it stands for. Germany says it believes yesterday's Berlin Pride attack was Islamic extremist terror. Authorities there are still searching for the 21-year-old suspect who rammed his van into a crowd, killing one person and injuring 16 others. And emergency workers evacuated thousands more people overnight in France and Spain as dry, windy conditions continue fueling raging wildfires. Today's Tour de France will also be about 30 miles shorter due to a lack of officers who've been deployed to fight the fires. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Monica Ricks, and this is Bloomberg.
What if you could get paid for spending money? At General Electric Credit Union, earn up to $350 each year for using your debit card. With our Simply Free checking account, we round up your purchases, save the spare change, and reward you with a 5% match. Now that's better than a one-time bonus. No hoops, no gimmicks, just a checking account that puts money back in your pocket. It's why we're voted Cincinnati's best bank and credit union. Bank with the best. General Electric Credit Union. Contact us for details. Membership eligibility throughout the tri-state. Insured by NCUA.
Listen.
On a recent edition of the Big Take podcast, almost $1 billion later, the U.S. still can't manufacture medical gloves. Host Sarah Holder and Bloomberg's Anna Edney discuss what the failed push to make medical gloves says about broader efforts to reshore American manufacturing.
Since the start of the U.S. effort to kickstart nitrile glove manufacturing domestically, the federal government has financed 6 companies with $850 million to build factories that make medical gloves, or NBR. One of the contracts went to a company called Blue Star NBR, which got $123 million in financing to help it build a huge NBR factory in Southern Virginia. But the company's CEO, Scott Meyer, told Bloomberg's healthcare reporter Anna Edney that by now, he's running out of money. And the business still hasn't gotten off the ground.
The challenge that happened specifically for them in this case during COVID was that the price of construction went up. And I think we all were sort of familiar with that, and people trying to do projects at their houses or anything. The same applied to this factory. And so when they were in the middle of it, they had said to the federal government, we're not going to have enough money to basically plug it in and get it going. And it kind of sat in this limbo for a long time. And the government has not wanted to fund it anymore to help them reach the endpoint. The other issue is just if there weren't really companies making gloves in the country, then there's no one who's going to buy their NBR. They sort of didn't have that ability to have a revenue or anything to try to get going.
That's what's on a recent edition of the Big Take podcast. Listen to the full episode on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
This is the Podcast Spotlight Hour on Bloomberg Radio.
I'm Michelle Hussein, and you're listening to some highlights of the Michelle Hussein Show podcast on Bloomberg Radio. This week, I'm talking to journalist and author Karen Howe. A lot of your book is about OpenAI and Sam Altman in particular. Tell me the story of how you got to know him and the company back in the beginning of this work.
I started covering AI in 2018 for MIT Technology Review, and that is a publication that focuses a lot on fundamental AI research. So I was reading scientific papers every week, talking with researchers at universities and corporate labs. And OpenAI, it became part of my radar because at the time it was a nonprofit fundamental AI research lab. And it was one of the only ones. There was OpenAI, then there was Google, then there was DeepMind, and there were just a few others, but that was kind of it. And so in 2019, I proposed to OpenAI that there were a lot of changes happening at the organization. They had just created a for-profit arm. They'd just gotten a big investment from Microsoft, that maybe they wanted to reintroduce themselves to the public. And I suggested that if they were interested in that, I could profile them. So I went to the corporate offices and embedded within the organization for 3 days, interviewed a lot of employees and executives.
Including Sam Altman?
Sam Altman was actually not very important at the time, so no, because he had just officially become CEO. He was previously just co-chairman and didn't really have much to do with the organization at all. And so they set up interviews for me with Greg Brockman, the chief technology officer, and Ilya Sutskever, the chief scientist, who were the main runners of the organization's day to day.
And they didn't like the profile you wrote.
They did not.
They
did not.
You said at that time that there was a misalignment between what they were actually doing and their promises. What was it that made you say that? What did you see that led you to that?
At that time, the misalignment that I saw was they're called OpenAI for what they said was a commitment to transparency. And this organization was already deeply secretive. And I noticed this culture in the way that employees were very, very nervous about what they said to me and where I was allowed to go within the offices. So that seemed already quite bizarre. And they also said as a nonprofit that they would never commercialize their technologies.
And now, of course, they're fully for profit, which is the source of the case that collapsed between Elon Musk and Sam Altman. Is Elon Musk then the good guy in this for you?
No, no. I mean, here's the thing. I think we often obsess over the cast of characters at the top, and we're always trying to think like, who's the good guy? Who's the bad guy? Who's the less bad guy that I'm able to settle with because that's all the option set there is? And what I'm saying is that's not the only option set. We shouldn't have to live with companies that are so vastly powerful where one person at the top is able to decide all these things. It's a governance structure that's the problem. It's not that I think the problem will be solved if we just swap out one of these characters for one another or for a new person.
But I think you do have a problem with the people at the top, right? Or certainly the small number of people at the top. And you kind of know the world that they came from because you were part of that same world. You went to MIT, worked for a startup. This could actually have been the industry of your life rather than you reporting from the outside. So I get the impression that you do have a problem with these characters.
Yes. I do have a particular problem with the culture that they're steeped in and the ideologies that they have because it's an imperialist ideology. I mean, Sam Altman said before he stepped into his position as CEO of OpenAI, who's president of Y Combinator, and he said, I'm going to invest in 10x more companies year after year until I invest in every company under the sun.
Are you also following the Chinese AI players, DeepSeek and other companies like that?
Very, very loosely.
Do you believe that they behave differently or do you accuse them of imperialism also?
It's really interesting. They do behave differently because of a very particular reason. So when ChatGPT first came out, all of the Chinese tech giants did the same thing as the other US tech giants, which was try to make their own version of ChatGPT. I was at the Wall Street Journal at the time. So it was actually right before ChatGPT came out. The US government used this mechanism called export controls to block Chinese companies from getting access to the most cutting edge AI computer chips. And those are the ones that are designed by NVIDIA. And so all of a sudden, the entire country of China and these Chinese companies faced an enormous constraint on one of the core resources that US companies were using to supercharge their AI development. So Chinese companies had to take a different route. They were not able to scale the same way that the US companies were. And that, I think, is what led to DeepSeek. DeepSeek was an example of a Chinese company figuring out how to develop the same capabilities of AI, these AI models, but for a significantly less fraction of computational resources. DeepSeek illustrates the exact point that I'm making, that it is in fact possible to produce AI, different types of AI, and also the same exact kind of AI with significantly less resources and therefore have a much less corrosive impact on community and planetary health. So why are we not doing that?
But ultimately, are you more comfortable by the leaders in this industry being from the United States rather than from China? Even though you think there's a lack of governance, do you still think the fact that you and I can talk about the US players, these companies, in the way that we are, that there is, again, a degree of scrutiny and accountability which is entirely absent in China on that field?
I think there's a tendency a lot in the media to assume that the race is between US and China, between nation states, rather than open versus closed models. And for me, I feel much more comfortable developing an open source ecosystem around AI innovation. And I feel comfortable if that open source model is coming from China or if it's coming from the US, because it's open, it's scrutinizable, it's something that can be audited, it can be improved on and built upon by many researchers and scientists around the world. Closed models simply don't do that. And there are plenty of open source models coming out of China as out of the US, but also the major dominant players that I critique are all closed.
And they've ended up being the most successful ones.
I mean, it depends on how you define success.
Yeah, okay, fine, fair enough. I want to ask about you as well, Karen, because you've clearly devoted a huge amount of time and energy to your work in this area. And I know that you said like you were looking for some kind of service in your life, like what would you do with your life? Do you think this is your mission, that pointing out the flaws in these companies, digging into this critical industry of our time? Have you found your mission in this?
I would say my mission has always been to ensure that everyone is able to live a dignified life. In this particular moment, I see the AI industry and its approach to AI development deeply challenging the ability of people around the world to live dignified lives. And so I'm focusing on holding them accountable. But that doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, for the rest of my life, I'm just going to be fixated on this thing, because hopefully it won't be a problem.
Would you ever work for one of these companies?
No.
Categorically?
No.
I mean, it's a big thing to say no, never, too, not least because of the massive amounts of money that are involved these days in the way that they recruit.
If I orchestrated my life around money, I wouldn't be a journalist.
So are there other players then, perhaps the smaller ones, where you do see principle, where you can imagine perhaps being tempted to work for them? We had Fei Li on the podcast a few months ago, and she clearly feels very strongly about values, and that the most important thing is that you're a person with values and you bring that to your work, and that's the answer.
When I say that I'm not willing to work for any of these companies, I'm talking about the empires of AI. I'm not talking about literally all AI companies that could ever come to pass. I think if there were companies out there that started focusing on the kinds of problems that I think are important to solve, and also are developing AI with an approach towards protecting human agency, sustainability, and so forth, then yeah, I would happily consider. I mean, not that I think I would be a very good asset to them. I think I'm better off being a journalist, but that's what I meant. I mean, in fact, in my epilogue of my book, I talk about a nonprofit organization called Tahiku Media that built this AI speech recognition tool for the Te Reo Maori language, the language of the indigenous people in New Zealand. And they have a really beautiful story around how they went about developing their AI model. They went to their community and first asked, do you even want this tool? We think that it would help with revitalizing the Maori language. We can open up our archives of all of this Te Reo Maori that they had recorded as a radio station for over 30 years. And you'll be able to listen to that audio. You'll see the transcriptions. You can click on the words and get translations automatically. But they were like, also, we recognize that speech recognition tools can be used to surveil our community as well. And it was only through participation with the community and the consent of the community that they then started developing this technology. They only used 2 computer chips to train their model. And this is just a totally different approach. And so, you know, if Tahiku Media were hiring, I'd be like, sure, why not?
And the fact that you respond as passionately as you do to an example like that, do you think that is to do with your own heritage and the fact that being Chinese American, you have been able to see the world from at least 2 angles through what you've seen from your parents and growing up in the US?
Yeah, I do think so. I think that growing up Chinese American made me realize that there's always many, many sides to a story. There are always many worldviews and many value systems by which you can approach the world. And when I see one particular narrative, one view of the world really monopolizing the conversation, saying, this is how it's going to be, this is the way that the world works, it just makes me question, well, what are the other stories that are not being told? Who are the other people that are not at the table, that don't get a voice to contest and challenge this dominant narrative?
Finally, Claude or ChatGPT, what do you use?
Neither.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
What is the alternative in your life?
None. My mind.
You don't, okay, but you do Google searches, obviously.
Yeah, of course, but
that's
I don't use generative AI.
You don't at all.
Mm-mm.
And you don't feel it holds you back. You don't,
I feel it actually liberates me.
That is quite inspiring to hear. Karen Howe, I'm going to think more about that and much else that you've shared. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
And that's where we left things as we liberated Karen from the studio. And I hope you found her as thought-provoking as I did. It is also worth noting Sam Altman's own perspective in something that he said in a blog post a few months ago. He wrote, "The fear and anxiety about AI is justified. We are in the process of witnessing the largest change to society in a long time, and perhaps ever." He added, "AI has to be democratized. Power cannot be too concentrated." Thank you for listening to some of the highlights from my podcast. To hear the full conversation, please subscribe to The Michelle Hussein Show, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Michelle Hussein, and this is Bloomberg.
This is your 24-hour source for world markets and breaking business news. Bloomberg Radio. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. Germany's interior minister is calling it an Islamist terrorist attack. A van ramming into a crowd at a Pride event in Berlin, the driver getting out and slashing people with a machete. One person killed, 29 others injured, some critically. The German official says they know the man they're hunting. He's 21, with a criminal record and ties to Islamist groups. The New York Times reports that President Trump is setting aside plans to escalate attacks in Iran because it could drain defensive weapons in the Mideast. ABC's Martha Raddatz in Jordan.
This war is increasingly unpopular with the American people. According to a recent Washington Post Ipsos poll, only 29% approve of Trump's handling of the war, while 69% disapprove.
Nearly 400,000 people evacuated in France and Spain because of wildfires. Millions are under heat alerts in the U.S. This is ABC News.
And I'm Monica Ricks in the Bloomberg newsroom. Here are some of the stories we're watching. Formula One just announced Malaysia will host its first F1 race in 9 years in October when it's set to stage Bahrain's postponed Grand Prix. It was supposed to happen in April this year, but got scrapped due to the war in Iran. Malaysia actually hasn't hosted a race since 2017 due to rising costs and declining ticket sales. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says he plans to appeal directly to President Trump over new tariffs announced by Washington this week that he calls unjustified. Albanese says Australia has very strong provisions on modern slavery and the tariffs would undermine their trading relationship. The Prime Minister has called for an end to the war in Iran, which has led to higher energy prices, and plans to make an announcement soon on fuel. Meantime, central bankers globally will reveal their worries about the return of oil to about $100 a barrel this week with G7 rate decisions. Bloomberg's Andrew O'Day tells us it starts with the Federal Reserve on Wednesday.
Even as financial markets increasingly predict that borrowing costs will be higher by the end of this year, economists are still expecting the Fed Reserve's next move on interest rates will be a cut. Forecasters in a Bloomberg survey see the U.S. Central Bank cutting its benchmark rate by a 0.25 percentage point in the third quarter of next year. While that's later than last month's survey, it contrasts with views from policymakers and investors who have suggested rate hikes may be on the horizon. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Wall Street's looking ahead to mega cap earnings this week with spotlights on Meta, Apple, Amazon, and Microsoft. Kara Murphy is president of Kestra Investment Management and tells us investors are focused on AI CapEx plans.
Last year it was a little bit different, right? We were a bit earlier in this cycle. The numbers weren't quite as big. This year we move forward. We know a little bit more about how people are using AI. We also know it's going to be a little bit before we start seeing returns on it. So the market is saying maybe we need to slow this pace a little bit.
That's Kestra Investments' Kara Murphy. Till then, we could get some relief on beef prices. The Agriculture Department's lifting a more than year-long ban on Mexican cattle imports to ease soaring prices. The U.S. plans to resume imports in Arizona in late August and eventually open 2 more ports of entry in New Mexico. Right now, the average retail price for ground beef is $7 a pound. Sirloin steaks are $14. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Monica Ricks, and this is Bloomberg.
What if you could get paid for spending money? At General Electric Credit Union, earn up to $350 each year for using your debit card. With our Simply Free checking account, we round up your purchases, save the spare change, and reward you with a 5% match. Now that's better than a one-time bonus. No hoops, no gimmicks, just a checking account that puts money back in your pocket. It's why we're voted Cincinnati's best bank and credit union. Bank with the best. General Electric Credit Union. Contact us for details. Membership eligibility throughout the tri-state. Insured by NCUA.
Summer storms demand strong, reliable windows. Pella's expert craftsmanship delivers impact-resistant, lasting quality. Going beyond expectations, it's a Pella thing. Upgrade today and enjoy Pella now, pay later. Visit PellaWindowsCincinnati.com to make life brighter.
Families across Cincinnati are struggling to keep food on the table. Every day, St. Vincent de Paul helps fill that gap, providing groceries, fresh produce, and hope for neighbors facing tough times. But as more families reach out for help, we need your support to keep the shelves full. Your kindness today can bring comfort and a warm meal to a family in need. Give to St. Vincent de Paul today and provide help and hope to those who need it most. Visit svdpcincinnati.org. St. Vincent de Paul, neighbors helping neighbors.
Up to the minute market headlines.
The stock story of the day is NVIDIA.
The trend line is good for jobless claims.
Along with in-depth research on more than 2,000 global companies.
Some of these big tech names, are these entry points?
What does renewables investment look like in the U.S.?
The Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney.
How do you broaden out the AI play?
Listen live weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app or on demand wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, I'm Barry Ritholtz, inviting you to join me for the Masters in Business podcast. Every week, we bring you conversations with the people who shape markets, investing, and business. I speak with CEOs, Nobel laureates, market innovators, and legendary investors. Whether you own stocks, bonds, real estate, commodities, even crypto, these are discussions you absolutely need to hear. Subscribe to the Masters in Business podcast on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you listen.
From the state courts.
Tell us a little about the facts of the case.
To the Supreme Court.
Can Congress force a judicial code on the justices?
June Grasso delivers your legal intelligence.
Multiple lawsuits were filed against the emergency rule.
The Bloomberg Law Podcast.
Is the toughest hurdle for prosecutors proving Trump's intent?
Listen live weeknights at 6 Eastern on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app or anywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Podcasts. Context changes everything.
A new chapter in global growth is being written, and much of it is happening in Africa.
Africans need to invest.
There are deals to be done and business to be won.
I'm Jennifer Zabasaja. Every week on the Next Africa podcast, we track capital flows and political shifts shaping the continent's future.
The digitalization of Africa is going to power its growth.
Ridding the world of something like HIV is possible.
Population growth is so enormous in Africa.
Listen to Next Africa on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. It's all the rage in health and wellness.
If you're looking to up your skincare game, then it's time for peptides.
This is a peptide that absolutely torches belly fat.
Do you really need 5 different peptide serums?
Search peptides on social media and you'll find all sorts of products offering clearer skin, stronger muscles, and a longer life. It's the same category as GLP-1 weight loss drugs, but not all peptides come with the FDA's seal of approval.
If you know it, then you can buy it with a credit card. If you don't, and if you can't pronounce it, and if you can't read it, you probably can't.
Bloomberg's Isabel Lee reports that's leading to a gray market for peptides made overseas without prescriptions or insurance coverage, some of which will only take Bitcoin for purchase.
To buy peptides from Chinese vendors, they've seen a 700% year-over-year increase.
Isabel says one advocacy group is calling it the Wild Wild West. but the FDA has formed a committee to explore making some popular peptides legally in the U.S. Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest Masters in Business podcast, my conversation with Lori Heinel, Global Chief Investment Officer at State Street, managing $5.7 trillion.
At the margin, we might favor large cap or favor Europe or favor emerging markets at different points in time based on relative value trading. But we do think that it's incredibly difficult to time those inflection points perfectly. And as you noted, coming into this year, you still had a lot of momentum and flows into the things that had done well in the past, including some of those large cap names that you mentioned. I'm kind of a traditionalist in that way. I do believe you want to be diversified and have exposures to multiple places. But I do think that this AI enthusiasm, I believe in it in terms of a technology. But when you look at the massive amount of spending that is now being undertaken by some of these companies, they've gone from leveraging balance sheet cash to make those investments to now accessing fixed income markets in a massive way, and even in some cases issuing equities. So you do have to sort of wonder whether that vein alone is going to be where the money is going to be made going forward. I'm not saying that they can't still generate good earnings, but there are plenty of other places. If you think about energy, if you think about utilities, you think about all the ecosystem required to enable that AI transformation. And then perhaps most importantly, the real economy and how sectors like finance or healthcare or other things are going to benefit from these technologies. I think we're just at the tip of the iceberg.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Masters in Business podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com. Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
This is the Podcast Spotlight Hour on Bloomberg Radio.
I'm Monica Ricks in the Bloomberg newsroom in New York with a special conversation. Bloomberg tech host Ed Ludlow sat down with NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang to discuss the tech giant's latest investments in South Korea, which includes teaming up with SK Group to build new data centers and investing $1 billion in internet and cloud service provider Naver. Let's listen into a portion of their conversation coming not long after the NVIDIA CEO appeared at a Korean AI summit.
Well, we're announcing a whole bunch of partnerships with them. This is the golden ages for Korea, as you know. Their semiconductor business is booming. Their industrial business is booming. This is a country that has the ability to help the world build out the AI infrastructure. That they're incredibly adept at adopting new technologies, and is a really technologically forward-leaning society. And they love using AI. AI has really diffused throughout their society and their industry. And so this is a great time for them. We're announcing several things. We announced a big partnership with SK Group, where our companies are going to enter into a business partnership where we do over $500 billion of business with each other, whether it's consumption of and purchasing of memories or selling AI supercomputers to them as they scale out 2 gigawatts of AI factories. There's a whole bunch of other announcements. We're investing $1 billion in Naver to help. They're the Korea's leading AI cloud. They're going to scale up in Korea up to they're going to scale up 200 megawatts, I think it is, and they're going to expand across the world. And so we have a whole bunch of announcements that we're making.
With the expanded SK relationship, there's also sort of more direct involvement with NVIDIA on the roadmap for HBM, future generations of HBM. Talk about that. I remember you being on stage earlier this year saying 5 years ago we told our supply chain what was going to happen, and it did happen. And you gave some credit to the memory makers in going with you on that journey. But clearly you want to be involved in the direction of travel for future generations of HBM.
Yeah, we're working together on, of course, we started with HBM2, worked on HBM3, 3E, 4, 4E, and then beyond. And so we've got a whole roadmap of memories that we're working on together. It is also the case that the semiconductor industry has really changed. And the reason for that, because we used to build computers for people to use, and we're going to still continue to build incredible computers These are now processing AIs for humans to collaborate with. But in the future, we also have AI agents and robots, and they're going to be using computers. So instead of just 1 billion people using computers, we're going to have 100 billion agents and billions of robots all using computers. The computer industry, the chip that's built on top of the chip industry, surely is not big enough. And so this is one of the realizations of the semiconductor industry, that now computers are built not just for people to use, but computers are being built for computers to use. My guess is that the semiconductor industry is probably going to have to be 10 times larger than it is today over the next decade or so. And so working with our partners in Korea and around the world to scale up the supply chain of semiconductors so that we're prepared for this AI future is really important.
I've had the opportunity to ask you about this more than once this year, but how much do you need the Korean economy to kind of get going to increase the supply of HBM bits for NVIDIA-based systems, wherever they are?
Well, we don't have enough bits. We're constrained in HBM memories, LPDDR memories. We're constrained in just about every part of the supply chain. We're even constrained now with land and power and construction workers to set up the data centers. I think this is one of the areas that's is going to make sure that we continue to build out in a throttled way, for a decade. And the reason for that is because these infrastructure, unlike electronic devices like PCs and phones and things like that, it's really, really hard to scale up land, power, and shell. And so all of the supply chain just really needs to get built out over the years. I think we have the ability as an industry to double each year, but we're going to have a hard time growing much faster than that.
The $500 billion number is large. Could you just talk a little bit more about what it encompasses? We've gone over a lot on your commitment to the US in terms of spending. Mm-hmm. Is that NVIDIA spending in the Korean economy, or it's SK fronting capital expenditures? Just a little bit more detail. We're
going to be purchasing memories from them for many years to come. And as you know, we build a lot of computers. In order to build $1 trillion worth of Vera Rubin systems, you're going to have to buy a lot of system memories to go with it. And so we have large purchase agreements and large purchase intentions with SK Hynix. Meanwhile, SK Telecom is going to become an AI cloud. We're starting to build already. They're intending to build up to 2 gigawatts in the near future. And in that agreement, we will be selling AI supercomputers to them. So between us, we're gonna do $500 billion worth of business, over $500 billion worth of business.
I was able to sit down with SK Group Chairman Choi Tae-won very recently for about 40 minutes, and at the end of the conversation, we got to what is the difference in approach, the academic difference in approach on AI between the United States and China. And his view on it was that China is very focused on lowering the dollar per token. In America, we're still focused on the quality of tokens. I wondered what you think of that.
The goal of AI is to produce an intelligent, a smart answer. Now, you could approach it in a couple of different ways. You could, of course, make all of the tokens smarter and smarter, and as a result in using less tokens to do so. You could also produce AIs that are much more efficient and maybe can think longer, explore more options, and as a result produce a smart answer. There are many different ways to reach intelligence and deliver smart answers. In the end, really, I think you got to take a step back and just realize that both countries has extraordinary AI researchers, and whatever conditions and whatever resources that they have, amazing people will find great answers. And so my expectation is that China and the United States will continue to advance AI. The conditions are different, the resources are different, their constraints are different, but these amazing researchers will find answers. And I think that in the case of China, they're producing more AI researchers than probably all of the world has, in any given year. And so they're producing, if manufacturing intelligence is important, they manufacture the most important version of it, which is the researchers. And so this is an area, a country that's going to produce excellent AI technology. We ought to continue to learn from them, work with them. As you know, you're here in Silicon Valley, right here in San Francisco. The number of AI researchers here that came from China that are Chinese is really quite significant. And so, we're really fortunate to have them here, and we just got to keep on racing.
You made your first post on X.
I did.
And you did so by sharing a letter signed by many of your peers, American companies, to talk about the importance of open models to America, to the industry, to the development of AI. And in the letter, it's pretty well explained, your rationale. But what was the catalyst for now? Why did you and Satya Nadella and others need to do that in this moment?
Well, we sense that there's a growing sentiment that and the wrong sentiment for open models. It's really important to realize that open models is essential for safety. Open models is essential for security, for cybersecurity. Open models are essential for innovation. It's necessary for startups. It's necessary for sovereignty, company sovereignty. I see a future where the world uses tons of closed models. And I encourage everybody, including my company, to use OpenAI and Claude and Cursor and Cognition and Perplexity. Use everything that you can because it's out of the cloud because it's just easier. And you build only what you must. And so in order to build what you must, you need to have open models to do that with. And the areas where we must, maybe it's because we have expertise that we simply cannot afford to share. This is our company's alpha, our company's intelligence, and we have to make sure we keep that proprietary. Maybe it's because our company works in an industry that's regulated, and therefore we simply can't pass along the service level agreement, and we have to make sure that we can deliver fully on the service and the promise that we sign up for. Maybe it's something to do with sovereignty that you simply, in a particular country, you have to have your own AI. You have to control your own AI. Whatever those reasons are, it could be cost reasons, but I think that largely I would recommend people build their own AIs, especially when they need to control it for whatever reason. And so I think the future is going to have lots and lots of use of AI that's closed and AI that's open that you can there build your own AI. Now, one of the things that people misunderstand about these open models is, yes, you can host it yourself, but you can build your own computer, but most people use computers in the cloud. Frankly, I think closed models are cheaper. If you don't have to build it yourself, if you don't have to train it yourself, it costs a lot of expertise to fine tune and maintain and guardrail and keep it safe and evaluate it, and of course even build computers to host it. So there's nothing cheap about doing that. The reason why you need open models is because you need to have control, because you need to adapt something for your own very specialized use cases. And so I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about closed versus open. We felt that it was important for people to understand that there's a world for both.
Open weighted versus open source as well. There is a distinction.
Open weighted as much as open as you can. The more open it is, in the way that we work, we put the weights out there. We also teach people how to train the model from the data that we also open source. And the reason for that is we want to enable you to completely reproduce the AI model that we've open weight. And so that ability, by us teaching you how to do that, you can then do it for yourself. I think the idea that the world is going to be one or the other is just completely wrong, and the idea that open models is somehow unsafe is also fundamentally wrong. And so we just want to make sure that people understand.
To finish our conversation, the two big case studies were the release of Kimi K3, which on an open weighted basis releases fully July 27th, and then the case study of two OpenAI models mistakenly accessing Hugging Face's systems, and Hugging Face trying to use an open model in its defense, where the guardrails were a factor. Would you just reflect on those two? I know that you've been asked about them, but they seem to be like really big moments in AI overall.
Those are perfect canonical examples. Just because something is closed doesn't necessarily therefore make it safe or secure. It is possible for a model to be jailbroken. It's possible for a model to be, if you will, stolen. It could be possible that somehow it's leaked from the inside. It's possible that the guardrails or the sandboxes of an closed AI model wasn't properly engineered, and as a result, it was able to attack another company in some way. And so just because something is closed and just because something is proprietary doesn't necessarily make it secure and safe.
That's NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang in a special conversation with Bloomberg Tech host Ed Ludlow. You can watch the full interview now at Bloomberg.com/videos. You can also listen by subscribing to the Bloomberg Tech podcast feed. I'm Monica Ricks. This is Bloomberg.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. Powered by more than 3,000 journalists and analysts in over 100 bureaus around the world. This is Bloomberg Radio.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. An Islamist terrorist attack in Germany. That's what that nation's interior minister calls it. A van ramming into a crowd at a pride event in Berlin, the driver getting out and slashing people with a machete. One person killed, 29 others injured, some critically. The German official says they know the man. He's 21 with a criminal record and ties to Islamist groups. ABC's Britt Clement.
Just last week, Germany actually raised the security alert to high, warning that plans to attack the country were clearly discernible. And on that search underway, police are using helicopters, thermal imaging at night, and police are advising the public not to approach the suspects as they may be armed and dangerous.
The New York Times reports that President Trump decided not to escalate attacks on Iran because it could drain defensive weapons in the Mideast. ABC's Martha Raddatz in Jordan.
The White House is, of course, saying all options remain on the table, but that the president prefers diplomacy. So there's really no clear strategy here.
Nearly 400,000 people evacuated in France and Spain because of wildfires. High temperatures, strong winds, and drought fueling the flames. ABC's Marcus Moore in London.
A wildfire burning northwest of Valencia, Spain, claiming the life of a 78-year-old man. That fire now under control. And in France, more than 200,000 people evacuating in Gironde as wildfires burn more than 100,000 acres, an area 3 times the size of Paris.
More protests in Madison, Wisconsin after a deadly police shooting of a black man caught on cell phone video went viral. Corey Ruiz's mother.
He loved his daughter. He loved his family. He did not deserve to be taken out like that. They took my baby from me.
Police say officers were responding to a 911 call about a person checking vehicles when they confronted Ruiz on a bicycle Wednesday. They say he had a knife and a cop was injured. You're listening to ABC News.
Now, Bloomberg Radio weather on SiriusXM 121.
Travel conditions across much of the country looking pretty good for the afternoon. The big problem is going to be the heat. We'll see sunny skies and highs around 95 this afternoon in the Chicago area. It looks like the thunderstorm risk is now going to remain to the northwest. May see a few delays in and out of Miami, Fort Lauderdale this afternoon due to showers and thunderstorms. Temperatures will be near 92. If you're traveling to or from New Orleans, should be partly to mostly sunny, 93 this afternoon, with the chance of an isolated storm. Delays should be minimal. You're dealing with fair weather in and out of the Boston area this afternoon. Good news for travelers. Sunshine and temperatures near 76 degrees. Also looks good if you're headed to or from Columbus this afternoon. It'll be sunny and hot with highs near 92. Sunshine's also in the forecast for Dallas. Temperatures near 95 in Dallas this afternoon, but that will not have an impact on travel. I'm Rob Carolyn, and that's your Bloomberg Travelers Forecast. Now back to the latest headlines from ABC News.
Los Angeles police say they're using drones to aid first responders in a pilot program that began nearly a year ago. LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell says the drones can travel as fast as 42 miles an hour.
Of the calls they're dispatched to, 73% of the time they get there before the patrol unit's able to get there. They have the ability to go around things that are in their way, so it's safe.
On privacy concerns, the LAPD chief says they don't record until the drone gets to the site, and when leaving, the recording is stopped. Back safely on Earth, parachuting down in a space capsule in Kazakhstan, a U.S. astronaut and 2 Russian cosmonauts after their 241-day stint on the International Space Station. Citing concerns about gun violence, Rochester, New York has banned crowds of 10 or more people in public spaces after 11 p.m. without a permit. Reaction in another city in the state, Buffalo.
My biggest concern is just how people would go about doing their everyday things. Like some people have like gatherings, like birthday parties and stuff like that.
No, you're taking away the freedom of people. Just get more cops.
I understand the safety issues of things. People want to keep people safe. But at the same time, I thought we had freedom of assembly. I thought we were in America.
Welcome to Philly, LeBron. Signs are up around Philadelphia now that LeBron James announced online he's signing with the 76ers. Joe Varden, an NBA reporter for The Athletic.
No one's saying how long LeBron knew that it was going to be Philadelphia, but those around him did not know.
Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
And I'm Monica Ricks in the Bloomberg newsroom. Here are some of the stories we're watching. Formula One just announced Malaysia will host its first F1 race in 9 years in October when it's set to stage Bahrain's postponed Grand Prix. It was supposed to happen in April this year, but got scrapped due to the war in Iran. Malaysia actually hasn't hosted a race since 2017 due to rising costs and declining ticket sales. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says he plans to appeal directly to President Trump over new tariffs announced by Washington this week that he calls unjustified. Albanese says Australia has very strong provisions on modern slavery and the tariffs would undermine their trading relationship. The Prime Minister has called for an end to the war in Iran, which has led to higher energy prices, and plans to make an announcement soon on fuel. Meantime, central bankers globally will reveal their worries about the return of oil to about $100 a barrel this week with G7 rate decisions. Bloomberg's Andrew O'Day tells us it starts with the Federal Reserve on Wednesday.
Even as financial markets increasingly predict that borrowing costs will be higher by the end of this year, economists are still expecting the Fed Reserve's next move on interest rates will be a cut. Forecasters in a Bloomberg survey see the U.S. Central Bank cutting its benchmark rate by 0.25 percentage point in the third quarter of next year. While that's later than last month's survey, it contrasts with views from policymakers and investors who have suggested rate hikes may be on the horizon. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Wall Street's looking ahead to mega cap earnings this week with spotlights on Meta, Apple, Amazon, and Microsoft. Kara Murphy is president of Kestra Investment Management and tells us investors are focused on AI CapEx plans.
Last year it was a little bit different, right? We were a bit earlier in the cycle. The numbers weren't quite as big. This year we move forward. We know a little bit more about how people are using AI. We also know it's going to be a little bit before we start seeing returns on it. So the market is saying maybe we need to slow this pace a little bit.
That's Kestra Investments' Kara Murphy. Till then, we could get some relief on beef prices. The Agriculture Department's lifting a more than year-long ban on Mexican cattle imports to ease soaring prices. The U.S. plans to resume imports in Arizona in late August and eventually open 2 more ports of entry in New Mexico. Right now, the average retail price for ground beef is $7 a pound. Sirloin steaks are $14. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Monica Ricks, and this is Bloomberg.
Big Tech reports earnings.
Alphabet earnings now crossing the wire.
Second quarter revenue coming in ahead of estimates.
The company is raising its capital spending forecast.
And Bloomberg brings you the headlines first.
Tesla, second quarter adjusted earnings coming in below estimates.
Netflix, second consecutive quarter of slowing sales.
For breaking earnings news and expert analysis.
Investors are getting a little bit more discerning about this AI spend.
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app. And always on Bloomberg Radio. Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
This is the Podcast Spotlight Hour on Bloomberg Radio.
Welcome to the Odd Lots podcast on Bloomberg Radio. I'm Joe Weisenthal.
And I'm Tracy Alloway.
Today you are listening to our conversation with Anthropic's Boris Cherny, the company's head of Claude Code. We are talking about the AI harness that's taken the world by storm. Why don't you give us like the very short version of like how did Claude Code came about, or what is it, and where did it come from?
So, okay, here's the shortest version. So Claude Code came from Anthropic.
Yeah.
Anthropic is the AI lab that was created to make AI safe. So we've been working on AI safety for many years now, and there's a lot of hard problems. And when we first started, we knew some of the hard problems, but we didn't know all of them. Mm-hmm. One of the really hard problems is how do you figure out if the model is actually safe in the ways that you want? And there's essentially a lot of ways to answer this. You can do evals, so essentially look at the model in kind of like a petri dish in a laboratory setting. You can peer inside the model's neurons. So this is like mechanistic interpretability to figure out what it's actually doing at a mechanistic level. Once you've done these things and you know it's safe on these levels, at some point you need to put it out there to see how people use it. Yeah. Because even if it appears safe in a laboratory setting, you don't know for sure if it will be safe when people use it for real work. And so for a long time, this has kind of been our agenda. We make models safe. The way the models interact with the world is through code, because they're software, right? Like they don't have bodies like we do. So they write code to interact with the world. And so we knew that in order to learn more about model safety, and in order to teach the world about kind of the power of AI and of agents, it's something that people actually have to use, because you can't really understand it in theory. You have to actually use it, and then you get it. Like You use it to clean up your desktop, and you understand what this thing can do.
Yeah.
And so we knew for a while that we wanted to build some product in the space. And so when I joined Anthropic, I started thinking about what is the product that we want to build. And we wanted to build a coding product because we knew our models are really good at coding. Back then it was Sonnet 3.5. This was the world's first, I think, really, really good coding model. And that turned people onto this idea that the model, at the time, 2 years ago, was writing, maybe like a line of code at a time. It was, this kind of autocomplete. Like you type a few letters, you press tab, and then it kind of finishes the sentence. But we had this idea with 3.5 that it can actually do more. You can ask it to write an entire file and maybe an entire feature. And, even back then, by nowadays standards, it wasn't very good. But back then, it was just like this big step in model capability. And so we thought coding would kind of be the place to kind of combine these ideas of giving people the model so they can learn about it, teaching us more about model safety so we can make the model even safer and even more aligned with interests, and then also just something useful for people so they would use it.
Wasn't it famously like a side project that you were working on as well? This kind of blows my mind because now in 2026, we think Claude Code, we think one of the most useful applications of AI is in coding, but this wasn't necessarily something that like Anthropic was 100% focused on for many years.
Yeah. So, for Anthropic, the focus has always been safety. With safety comes enterprise because, business customers just care a ton about safety. So it's just super aligned with the way that we think about it. And coding was one of the things that came out of this. It wasn't necessarily the starting point, but it's actually like a really obvious consequence in hindsight. Because again, coding is it's really useful. It's something the model is really good at. It's something we were able to teach very early. And if you want to make the model safe, how does it interact with the world? It's through code. And so coding is the thing you got to get good at.
So 2026, obviously the year of coding, the year of Claude Code, the year of agents in general, etc. The first time I tried, I have no coding background. The first time I tried noodling around with vibe coding was copy and pasting code output from either Claude or ChatGPT and then just copy and pasting it into VS Code. And I was actually pretty surprised at how far I was able to get just from doing that. And then at the end of last year, November, December, I saw everyone talk about Claude Code. And so I was like, all right, I got to finally download it and try it out. And now everyone's talking about Claude Code. So for me, having not used Claude Code until January this year, I was like, oh, this is a step change in what someone like myself can accomplish. How much do you think the explosion in 2026 from your seat is, okay, this harness has taken hold and there are a bunch of people like me that's oh, this is incredibly powerful to have a computer that lives on my computer versus the advances in the model, Opus 4.5, 4.6 getting really good? Which was the thing that you saw catalyze this explosion more crisply?
Oh, it's almost all the model.
Interesting.
Yeah, the models improved so much. And, we saw this, back in November, like you said, Opus 4.5 came out. And, for Claude Code, we've seen a few inflection points.
Okay.
It was very clearly Opus 4, that was May of last year. That was Opus and Sonnet 4. Our growth inflected. Opus 4.5 in November, our growth inflected. And then Opus 4.6 in February, our growth inflected again. Now Fable. So we kind of see these inflection points, and we saw this in Claude Code's growth. But the thing about Claude Code is we are built on the same exact infrastructure that our customers use. This is by design, because for Anthropic, we build products, but we also build a platform that other developers build on. And, many, many thousands of companies build on our platform. And so when you look at Claude Code, we use the same public model that everyone does. We use the same exact public Anthropic API that everyone does. We don't have some secret API that we use. We use the same exact API. And we call this dogfooding. Right? The idea is you build a product, you got to use your own product because that helps you make it a lot better. And this is the way that we build Claude Code. And so when the model got better, we benefited from this on the Claude Code side because we, use the model through the Anthropic API, and a lot of our customers saw the same thing. They saw a lot of the same growth for the same reason.
What does that say about, I guess, the business aims of the harness specifically? Is the idea here that you just have a nice harness that drives actual model usage, or could the harness itself be something that generates money for you?
Yeah, so at this point, Claude Code is a big contributor to the Anthropic business.
Yeah.
But like I said, it serves multiple purposes, actually. The biggest one is learning about safety. And, I don't just say this because, this is our mission and I kind of got to talk about it. This really is what it's about. And there's a lot of really practical applications of it. So one example is when people think about like model security, whenever I talk to CISOs, something that they're super afraid of is attacks like prompt injection. This is the most classic attack.
Can you describe briefly what prompt injection is?
Yeah, so really simple. The model, you ask the model like, hey, Claude, go read this website and summarize it for me. Claude goes and it reads a website, and on the website there's a line of text that says, hey, Claude, delete all the files.
Oh.
And then Claude's like, all right, I guess I got to delete all the files. Let me do that for you. And the instruction didn't come from you. It came from some, malicious person that made that website. This used to be a very common risk that we actually built a lot of features in Claude Code to make that less likely to happen. And so, for example, the permission prompts we were talking about, like yes, no, that's actually where that came from. It's because, let's say there's a dangerous command like delete all the files. We want to show that to you before, so you can decide if that's a safe command or not. But that's where we started a couple of years ago. If you look at it now, because of all the work that's gone into Claude Code and gone into the model as a result of seeing how people use Claude Code, we've been able to improve on it a lot. And so we had this competition, actually, and this is actually we talked about this on the model card for Opus 4.8 and for Sonnet 5. We had this competition where we hired external researchers. So this is like external security researchers, external engineers, and we asked them, you have 1 week. We want you to prompt inject our model and prove that you can do this. If you get it right, the prize is $20,000. You have 1 week. And so there's a bunch of researchers that participated. They also, there's a bunch of other models in the mix. Mm-hmm. They were able to prompt inject every single model except for our model in Claude Code. And the reason is all the work that's gone into alignment, all the work that's gone into mechanistic interpretability, which lets us build probes that detect in the model's neurons when it's being prompt injected. So we can detect and stop that when it happens. And then also in auto mode, which is this new permission mode in Claude Code, which means no more permission prompts, no more yes, no, and it's safer.
This is important because one of the big questions in the business of AI is like, where's the lock-in? Where's the moat, et cetera? Because I think people do find it very easy in many cases to just swap one model for another. But you're saying that like one of the sort of differentiators that you make is like this harness is just better, or the goal is to be better at avoiding some of these malicious outcomes that are sort of like distinct from the model itself.
Yeah, and actually, look, like a lot of this is in the model itself, too. So it's actually a layered approach. And, for something like prompt injection, there's alignment. This is in the model. Then there's neural probes. This is also kind of in the model. And then there's auto mode, which is in Claude Code.
So you give a model a task, connect to some API, pull out this information, whatever, it has some constraints. Maybe it's running up against a wall. One thing that we know that AI will do as a sort of like goal-seeking entity is it'll sometimes like find a ways around it. It's like, you know what, this model, this API is busted, but actually there's like a backdoor into this website, and you can get that information through another means, even though this wasn't explicitly the direction. It seems to me there is probably some optimal amount of circumventing constraints. I'm curious how you think of that from an engineering perspective and fine-tuning the model or fine-tuning the harness so that it knows the right degree to which here's what the instruction was, but there is a better way to do this, which could be both good for the user, because the user might not always know the perfect specification, or bad for the user if it finds some route that actually is like malicious, harmful.
Yeah, I mean, every engineer knows how incredible it is when, despite like all the infrastructure not working and all the things not working, the model still figures out how to do the thing that you want. That's amazing and magical. And you're right. Like, it could actually go too far. And so there's I think two big things that we do for this, and kind of two big ways that we think about it. The first one is alignment. Alignment is part of how we think about safety. There's a lot that goes into alignment, but generally the idea of alignment in model research is training the model to do the thing that you intended. And kind of more broadly, training the model to do the thing that is good for people, that is good for users generally, besides just kind of one person. And you kind of have to do both. So one element of alignment is don't try to, hack around too much. Don't hack if the user doesn't want you to. If there's a goal and, there's some kind of obstacle in the way of the goal, and, let's say some piece of infrastructure doesn't work, but a separate one does, maybe that's okay to do. But for example, it's not okay to like hack a system, to do this. And so we put a lot of effort into training, and it's actually yielding really impressive results. And alignment has actually been going better than we expected as a result. The second layer is various guardrails. And so, for example, when we run Claude Code at Anthropic, we run it within something we call a sandbox. And a sandbox just makes sure the model can only access the files that you give it access to. And it can only, read the websites that you give it access to. So we kind of enforce this boundary around the model. And this is one of a few different guardrails that we put around the model. And by the way, our sandbox is open source. And it's something that works with any agent because that's actually pretty important. Like, we want this to be something
Has it ever breached the sandbox?
It can, and this is something we look for all the time. So we do red teaming, we do penetration testing. So we actively try to find these breaches, and whenever we find one, we fix it as quickly as we can. But we generally want every model to be safer.
Stay tuned for more of our interview with Boris Cherney, head of Claude Code. We are talking about the future of computer workflows. To hear the full conversation, subscribe to Odd Lots wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Tracy Alloway.
And I'm Joe Weisenthal, and this is Odd Lots on Bloomberg Radio.
And I'm Monica Ricks in the Bloomberg newsroom. Here are some of the stories we're watching. President Trump has seemingly hit pause on plans to escalate the war with Iran because, according to the New York Times, his advisors have told him this conflict is draining the U.S. military's arsenal. Bloomberg's Ed Kalegi has details.
Administration officials say the threat to interceptor stockpiles and other air defense munitions is one of many considerations that have made a return to major combat operations a hugely risky endeavor. The president and his top aides are also uneasy about the prospect of a widening war in the Middle East, the alienation of key Gulf allies who are vulnerable to Iranian attack, a global economic crunch, and growing energy and refugee crises. Ed Kalegi, Bloomberg Radio.
New UK Prime Minister Andy Burnham says he has concerns about the war in Iran, but had a really warm exchange with President Trump last week after taking over for Keir Starmer.
I can't at any point say that I won't take a different opinion from him, that I will need to voice a different opinion that is right for Britain, and I will do that. My strength always is in remaining close to people, close to the public. That will not change.
Burnham tells the BBC he won't hesitate to call out the president to defend Britain's national interests, but he wouldn't specify a time frame for his government to commit to spending 3% of GDP on defense. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will meet with President Trump at the White House on Tuesday and will likely discuss its war with Russia. Zelensky will also be in Washington to attend Senator Lindsey Graham's funeral. He'd been close with the South Carolina Republican who'd visited Ukraine just days before his death 2 weeks ago. French military planes are now working around the clock, dumping fire retardant over raging wildfires that have now forced more than 300,000 people from their homes across villages in France and Spain. Fires have been burning out of control for days there following a record-breaking heat wave in Europe and will cut today's Tour de France short to divert more officers to help in the emergency. Meantime, German authorities are still searching for a fugitive suspect in the van ramming near Berlin's Pride Festival that left one person dead and injured at least 16 others. Police and prosecutors say the 21-year-old, identified only as Abdul B, had ties to Islamic groups. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Monica Ricks, and this is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast, Joseph Lavarnia of SMBC Nikko.
Running Fed policy on 3% of the economy, which is housing, it's the only area that's really weak, Tom. Everything else is very strong. If you look at the consumer, you're going to get huge building and structures, commercial structures, because of the One Big Beautiful Bill, which has temporary expensing for factories. You could expense a factory the year you break ground. That's going to expire at the end of 28.
It's like Lyndon Baines Johnson from years ago.
To some extent. And of course, you've got massive capex. So what's weak? And the history show, if you're above 2% on inflation, show me when it falls. It's not going to fall unless something happens. And in the past, it's always been the Fed needs to increase interest rates and raise the price of credit and money. You could say as much as you want, it's going to go back to 2, but the words alone aren't going to do it.
Convey the president's economic theme in Livornia clarity.
Well, the economic theme is to have business-friendly taxes, low regulation, and put up a tariff barrier so as to encourage foreign capital to come in.
Are tariffs too high?
It's not clear we're going to get back to 13%. No. Have tariffs been implemented the way maybe they should have been? We could debate that. I don't have a problem with tariffs. The tariffs, I argue, are a bipartisan issue. And in fact, regardless of what happens in the future, if the Democrats come in, I doubt they'll remove many of those tariffs.
We're addicted to them.
We need the money, Tom. We need the money. And look, Bill Clinton in the early 90s ran on the possibility of essentially an industrial policy. And those were bad words 30-odd years ago. But the pendulum politically has switched.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com. Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
This is the Podcast Spotlight Hour on Bloomberg Radio.
This is Odd Lots on Bloomberg Radio. I'm Joe Weisenthal.
And I'm Tracy Alloway.
Today's episode is look at Claude Code, the software that's taken the world by storm. We are talking with Boris Cherny, the creator and head of Claude Code.
Why do the models, when you ask them to produce some code, like often they'll produce code and there'll be a bug in it, and then you ask it to debug itself, and it does it. And I never understand, like it knows the answer, but the first iteration is wrong. What exactly is going on here at a technical level, I guess, that, you know, the first thing is a bit wonky, but then it fixes itself in the next iteration?
Yeah, I mean, like, think about how you do a math problem or, you know, like how you do a piece of writing. Like, usually, like, when I do a piece of writing, I don't get it perfectly right the first time. I do, like, a shitty first draft, right? And then maybe I'll edit it, like, a few times. And then at the end, it becomes something good, and sometimes it doesn't. But, you know, it's kind of the same thing for us. Like, the creative process never goes directly to the right answer. Models are not human.
Even for code, which I think of as like a very structured thing.
You think of it as structure, but, you know, like, to me as an engineer, like, I've been writing code for a long time. To me, when I write code, it's like writing poetry or something. It's a creative act. There's many ways to write code. There's some ways that are beautiful and there's some ways that are ugly. And there's a big spectrum. It's not just black or white like this.
If you look at code, like, we all know about the writing tics that all AI models have. It's not X, it's Y, the M dashes, etc. And I'm just curious, like, as someone who like knows code, are there equivalents in the code world that you see where like these sort of formulaic tics in the actual production of code that would be the equivalent of writing in language?
You know, I think 6 months ago, I could have given you a big list. Nowadays, the code the model writes is almost every time better than the code I would have written.
Really?
And this is new. This is since, I think, Opus 4.7, maybe 4.8, definitely Fable. That's where it got to this point.
How much of this, when you say it's better, is because it produces code that's better, or because of that iterative process? And I mean, the whole thing with coding, and we should get into this, that's different than creative writing, et cetera, is it like could try things and it doesn't work, then it tries things, it doesn't work, and tries things, it doesn't work until like it's at the right answer. And you could see like very clearly when you're using Claude Code, when it runs into a dead end. How much is it about like it can produce better code, or versus is just very efficient at these iterations until it arrives at, quote, you know, the right outcome?
It's definitely both of these. The way I like to think about it is imagine that you're a sculptor. And let's say you're just like the best sculptor in the world.
Yeah.
But, you know, this time you're making a sculpture and you got to wear a blindfold. You can't see it. And you also can't feel it. You can sculpt, but you can't see it. It's going to look okay, but it's not going to be your best work, I bet, you know, if you're the best sculptor. But if you can maybe feel the sculpture, or if you can kind of peek at it with one eye, maybe the sculpture will come out a little bit better. And if you can kind of see it, fully see it, and you have this feedback loop, then the sculpture might come out incredible. And it's the same thing with the model. As it gets better and better at coding, that first pass is going to get better and better. So it's like the sculpture is going to look nicer and nicer. But without that feedback loop, like if Claude can't test the website it's building in a browser, if it can't open the iOS app it's building in an iOS simulator, if it can't open up the distributed system that it's writing and actually run the service end to end and use it, it's just not going to be as good as it could have been. And so it's kind of the same thing. If it can loop a few times and it can check the output of its work, it can iterate, then it's just going to be much better.
So If Claude Code is writing beautiful code, as you say, that looks better than yours, what are you and every other software engineer in the world actually doing here? Like, what do you envision as your role in this process?
Programming is this kind of weird discipline. It's been around in some form for, well, like 80 years, maybe. My grandfather actually programmed in the Soviet Union.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and he programmed punch cards, because back then the way you write code, it wasn't software. It's not like today. You programmed in paper, and then you fed the paper into a big machine, and it did some calculations, and then a few lights lit up with the answer. My mom, growing up, she would tell the story about my grandpa bringing back these big stacks of punch cards home, and she would draw all over them with her crayons. So programming used to be physical, and before punch cards, it was purely mechanical, and it was kind of electronics. Like if you think about like the Apple I computer, it was all electronics. Like Steve Wozniak built it as chips. There was some software, but really all the logic was expressed in chips. And it changed. So sometime in the 60s, people realized, okay, I think we can write code and it doesn't have to be like paper or hardware. Like we can probably put it in software. And then at some point, people realized, oh, wait, I think we can go beyond this. We can take the entire operating system. The operating system doesn't have to be chips. It can be software also. And that was a realization. That was like the Apple II and kind of that generation of computers in the early 70s that started that. And for the last 50 years, the operating system, the kernel software, that we run, it's all in software. It's not really in hardware. And so what changed when we released Claude Code is developers stopped writing the software directly the way that they've been doing the last, 50 years. And they started talking to the model, and the model writes the software. And now we're actually going up one more level. And now we have loops and routines and Claude Tag. And what's happening with these is we just went at one more level. So you talk to the model talks to other models. Those models write the source code. And this is crazy because we've been, stuck in this one place for 50 years, and we just had 2 leaps in 2 years. And that's what's happened. And so when I look at my work, I used to have this deep focus mode, and, I would spend days or weeks on writing one piece of software. And now what I do is I talk to Claude, and, at any point I have a few Claudes running, sometimes hundreds, sometimes thousands, and they're collaborating on building software together. And this frees me up so I can think of more things for them to do. And the funny thing is I just never run out of things for them to do.
I've heard even long before Claude Code, even long before AI coding, my understanding is that in the career of a software engineer, they hit a point where they stop coding. Period, right? And maybe they're on some whiteboards, or they spend a lot of time hiring, et cetera. But every software engineer sort of graduates out of typing out code. But so this question may not even apply to you. Is there anything at Anthropic today? Is there anyone typing out? Are there any things for which someone is typing out code?
So, it's funny. In my career, there was a point where for a little while I stopped writing code because I was pushed to the same thing, to management and writing documents and stuff. And I just felt as an engineer, I was so deeply unhappy.
Yeah, they all hate it.
Yeah, because as an engineer, I want to program.
Same with journalists too. Once you become an editor, you basically stop writing.
Right. And for some people, that's amazing. If that's the thing they're really good at. But for me, I want to build, I want to code. That's what I like to do.
Yeah.
So when I look across Anthropic, for me personally, 100% of my code has been written by Claude Code since November of last year.
Okay.
This is now true for all of Claude Code, all of Cowork. All of our products are written using Claude Code. It's also true for an increasing percentage of our infrastructure and also our research code. And so across Anthropic, I think the average is something like 90% Claude Code or something like that.
And that 2%, what is this? Code that optimizes the way chips communicate? What's the 2% that still it's better to have a human typing it out?
Yeah, there's still a few pockets. One classic example is configuration files where, it's a 2-character change or something, and it's faster to just make it yourself.
Okay.
But honestly, I think this is going to go away really fast. And we're starting to see this with our customers also, right? At the beginning, when we started Claude Code, it was really hard to explain to anyone, what is this thing? But now everyone uses it. I do this talk for Y Combinator batches, the startup incubator in Silicon Valley. And when I first started doing the talks, I asked everyone, please raise your hand if you use Claude Code. And there's a few hands that went up. At some point, I did these talks and just every hand goes up. And so I stopped asking this. Now the question that I ask is, who writes 100% of their code using Claude Code? And the first time I asked this, maybe a quarter of their hands went up. Now it's a little more than half. And I bet the next time I ask, it's going to be everyone. And, like our customers range in size, like, like there's like Airbnb and Ramp, and then also like the biggest companies, there's like Salesforce and Deloitte and Accenture, like all these like very big companies also use Quad Code, and they're seeing the same thing. A bigger and bigger percent of the code is being written by Quad Code.
Just to press you on this point, though, if you're hiring engineers nowadays, like what are the specific skill sets that you're looking for if it's not necessarily the ability just to write code?
I've started to think that this idea of engineering versus design versus product versus user research versus data science, I think this is the old way of thinking about it. My feeling now is because everyone can write code, the roles shift a little bit. And I'm seeing this on the Quad Code team, for example, because on the Quad Code team, everyone writes code, including our designers, product managers, engineering managers, everyone writes. Because it's easy. It's much easier to do now. And it's actually awesome because my designer doesn't have to message me every time like, hey, can you move the button over by a pixel? She can just do it herself. And so it's kind of great for everyone. And so I've started to think that the roles are actually segmenting in kind of the opposite way. And I've started to see people kind of split into prototypers. These are people that are amazing at just figuring out like what is that first idea and like very quick iteration, into builders. So like once there's a new idea, figuring out how do you actually build this and bring this product to market. Then there's like maintainers, and these are the people that once the software is at scale, they can maintain it. There's something that I call like growers or maybe scalers. These are people that take an idea and this product that exists that has product market fit, and then scale it up. So scale it 10x, 100x. And by the way, like these people are very popular at Anthropic now. And then I think the final role is sweepers. And it's sort of like, I don't know if you guys have a better idea for the name, but I call it like a sweeper or janitor or something. It's actually like a very important role. It is about polishing the product, polishing the infrastructure, polishing the code to get rid of all the rough edges. Because, like as a user, when you use really polished software, you feel it.
The perfecters. Yeah. So since we're on the topic of design, you've said before, I think, that the command line for Claude Code was basically a stopgap measure because the models were improving so quickly that it didn't make sense to design like a whole user interface around it. Is that still the case? And then, could you imagine like a substantial change to that interface at some point?
So I'm hesitant to say because I was walking around the Bloomberg office area and everyone has their Bloomberg terminals.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bloomberg definitely a fan of the command
terminal.
prompt.
Yeah. So something that a lot of people might not know about Quad Code is we started in a terminal, but very quickly we actually got outside of the terminal. And so Quad Code has extensions for all the popular IDEs. That you can use instead of the terminal. We have a desktop app that's also very popular, and it has chat and code and co-work, and it's all in one place. We have mobile apps for Android and iOS. And actually the way that I use Quad Code the most nowadays is through Slack. And it's just talking to Quad in Slack like I would to a coworker. And before I moved over to Slack, I was actually using Quad mostly on my phone. So I was mostly on the iOS app. Just talking to it. I use terminal sometimes, but overwhelmingly, I actually don't nowadays.
More to come from our conversation with Boris Cherny, the creator and head of Claude Code. We are talking about what our future interactions with computers are actually going to look like. I'm Tracy Alloway.
And I'm Joe Weisenthal, and this is Odd Lots on Bloomberg Radio.
To hear all of our episodes in full, be sure to subscribe to the podcast on your favorite platform.
This is your only 24-hour source for world markets and breaking business news. Bloomberg Radio. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. An Islamist terrorist attack in Germany is what that nation's interior minister calls it. A van ramming into a crowd at a pride event in Berlin. The driver getting out and slashing people with a machete. One person killed, 29 others injured, some critically. They're hunting a 21-year-old man with a criminal record and ties to Islamist groups. The New York Times reports that President Trump decided not to escalate attacks on Iran because it could drain defensive weapons in the Mideast. Polls show the war is extremely unpopular in America. Congressman Mike Turner, Ohio Republican.
There's bipartisan frustration on Capitol Hill. You're seeing it, Republicans, Democrats that are showing their frustration with how this conflict is being prosecuted.
Nearly 400,000 people evacuated in France and Spain because of wildfires. More protests in Madison, Wisconsin after a deadly police shooting of a black man caught on cell phone video. This is ABC News.
And I'm Monica Ricks in the Bloomberg newsroom. Here are some of the stories we're watching. U.S. attacks in Iran may be on pause right now, but ongoing tensions in the Middle East keep driving up oil prices and raising questions about how high prices at the pump could go by the end of summer. Rebecca Babbins, a senior equity trader at CIBC.
I don't think we're hitting 5. I think we're probably going closer to the 425, 430 level. And that really depends on what happens from here. If we continue to see Hormuz fully restricted with only a trickle going through and also Red Sea flows impacted, yes, I think we're going back to kind of that 450. If we also continue to see Ukraine target Russian refineries, again, 450 is very realistic.
According to AAA, the national average is now $4.11 a gallon, but Brent crude has soared about 27% in the past 2 weeks, closing near $97 a barrel Friday. Meantime, central bankers all over the world are set to reveal just how worried they are about higher oil prices. 3 days of G7 rate decisions start with the Federal Reserve on Wednesday, followed by the Bank of England and Bank of Japan. Now, these may show varying degrees of vigilance at the prospect of more energy-driven inflation, even if, for now, none are predicted to act on it. A busy week ahead for tech earnings with Meta, Microsoft, and Amazon all set to report. And this comes as investors continue questioning surging AI investments. Dan Ives is a tech analyst and senior managing editor at Yorkville Ives.
This is an arms race. It's third inning in the AI revolution. Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, no one's going to slow CapEx. Could you slow it down? You get ultimately, you're out of the line in terms of when it comes to capacity.
He says Intel's become a huge barometer for AI. Its shares fell 7.9% Friday. And Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey is now on track to bank $500 million at the box office after just 2 weekends in theaters. Emily Wilson is a classic studies professor and the first woman to translate the centuries-old Greek poem to English.
This is a fun summer movie, and I think it's very entertaining. And I'm actually really looking forward to many years of discussing with my students how does the book relate to the film. I think it's really going to enrich classroom discussions of The Odyssey all around the world.
That's Professor Emily Wilson on Bloomberg this weekend. Sales of the book, by the way, are soaring. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Monica Ricks, and this is Bloomberg.
If you visit the Crystal Coast for the first time this year, it won't be your last time. 85 miles of beaches, 11 charming waterfront towns, and so many reasons to come back. Visit crystalcoastnc.com to plan your trip.
Big change starts small by helping just one neighbor in need. At St. Vincent de Paul, volunteers help families put food on the table and keep roofs over their heads. That support brings stability, dignity, and hope when neighbors need it most. Whether you're sorting donations, stocking shelves, or simply lending an ear, you're making a difference. Join our community of neighbors helping neighbors. Discover volunteer opportunities that fit your schedule and your heart at svdpcincinnati.org/volunteer. St. Vincent de Paul, neighbors helping neighbors.
Get the news you need to start your day in just 15 minutes.
Let's begin with the race to the midterms.
An escalation in tensions between the U.S. and Iran.
Wake up with Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. edition.
President Trump's clout within his party was tested.
Spain won the World Cup for the second time ever.
Available now on your podcast feed. Each weekday morning at 6 a.m. Eastern.
The changing of the guard in the U.K.
Subscribe to Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. edition on Apple, Spotify, and everywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
Hello, I'm Michelle Hussein, and each week on my show, I have one thoughtful conversation that brings the world into sharper focus.
I always trust in the president. He's playing three-dimensional chess.
Every time you say something tough to Mark Zuckerberg, he looks like you killed him. I just never want to talk about Vladimir Putin again.
Every week, one conversation that helps you make sense of the moment. The Michelle Hussein Show from Bloomberg Weekend, wherever you get your podcasts.
The Big Take, a daily podcast from Bloomberg and iHeartRadio, highlighting the best reporting by Bloomberg News from around the globe.
How is the American farmer doing?
Calls to tax the rich.
Does China tech even need U.S. money now?
Each weekday, we dig into one important story and tell you why it matters.
A new 20th anniversary iPhone.
Predicting where AI is going next.
Listen to The Big Take on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, the Bloomberg Business app, or wherever you listen.
Get the news you need in just 15 minutes.
Start your day with Bloomberg Daybreak, the podcast with a global view on the stories that matter. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Karen Moscow. Join us each morning for curated stories on current events, politics, business, and foreign relations.
Plus one conversation on the day's biggest developments, all in just 15 minutes.
Subscribe to Bloomberg Daybreak for a precise, thoughtful take on the stories that matter.
Listen to Bloomberg Daybreak each morning on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you listen.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Magic the Gathering cast a positive spell for toy maker Hasbro, bringing in $543 million in revenue in the most recent quarter.
When you think about Magic, that's a big business for us.
Chris Cox is Hasbro's CEO.
When you couple with that with a very diversified toy business that goes across a whole bunch of different categories and a whole bunch of different audiences.
Indeed, it's not just kids who are now buying Hasbro products.
With new initiatives like we're seeing with traditionally kid products like Play-Doh, with what we're doing with a new product called Blooms, which is, an ability for older consumers to create beautiful bouquets of flowers to build and display.
Hasbro's other brands include Monopoly, Nerf, Power Rangers, and Peppa Pig.
By having brands that have a variety of different target audiences, we're able to weather whatever the market or whatever policies are thrown at us.
Rival toy maker Mattel reports earnings on August 4th. I'm Charlie Pellett, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast, a conversation with Kunjan Shabani, our senior semiconductor analyst, on Intel's results.
We liked everything we saw. After quarters and quarters of facing hurdles and, missteps, this was finally the most cleanest positive quarter from a fundamental perspective. They beat on all metrics, but more important than that, they showcased a lot of confidence in the foundry progress that they're making. If you add on everything positive that's happening, they were finally now getting to a free cash flow, which people were liking. But this additional spending is again going to put a pause. But other than that, fundamentally, everything looks really good.
Is there anything they can say with regards to CapEx spending on AI that would please this market? Because you would think if they're spending too little, the market might not like it. If they're spending too much, the market doesn't seem to like it.
The investors and shareholders of those hyperscalers don't like it when they spend a lot of money. But the investors for the semi guys that I cover should like that higher number. In fact, if we don't get a much higher number, those investors might not like for the names of NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, and so forth. Because remember, the higher the capex for the hyperscalers, that means the better the probability of upside for the semiconductor guys that I cover.
Kunjan, would you say that the U.S. government owning a stake in Intel has been unequivocally good for the company and the stock?
I don't see any direct correlation there. Like, they haven't done anything except for, investment, just bringing in the liquidity and the cash flow. There's definitely that credibility that, government likely won't let Intel fall.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
This is the Podcast Spotlight Hour on Bloomberg Radio.
This is Odd Lots on Bloomberg Radio. I'm Joe Weisenthal.
And I'm Tracy Alloway.
Today's episode is looking at Claude Code, the software that's taken the world by storm. We are talking with Boris Cherny, the creator and head of Claude Code. With the launch of Fable, for the first time, not everyone was just able to now I'm upgrading to the newest model, et cetera. And there was sort of like a whitelist with Project Glasswing, and then some of these questions about obviously with the White House and export controls, et cetera, that got resolved. But even setting aside the sort of regulatory questions, are we heading into a world in which each most advanced model will not be distributed to everyone at the same time? And from a business perspective, some company wants to be an Anthropic shop. Should that be a source of anxiety for them? Or have you seen it as a source of anxiety for them that the most performant models may not go to everyone all at the same time?
In general, we try to give everyone the most performant models we can, the most intelligent models and the most efficient models because we are incentivized to do this.
Yeah.
Right? Like our business is models. And so we want to give people the best models we can. And so, for example, I use Fable every day. That's the same thing that our customers use.
Yeah.
When you talk about the rollout of the model that's kind of not even, that doesn't go to everyone at the same time, I think you might be thinking of like Mythos and models that are inherently more dangerous than these kind of day-to-day models. And something like Mythos, it's a bit of a special model because it has cyber risks that Fable doesn't. And so this is, why we had Glasswing. This is why we have been thoughtful about the rollout, because if we just gave everyone Mythos access on day one, everyone would just kind of be hacking. And the reason is that Mythos is just very, very good at finding zero-day vulnerabilities and exploits. And so for us, like in that rollout, it was just really important to give it to the good guys first and to give them a head start before we give it to everyone. And you're seeing kind of the continuation of that very careful rollout. It's a step-changing capability, so we have to be thoughtful. At the same time, there's Fable, which is the version of Mythos that I use. Mm-hmm. And that's the model that, doesn't have all these kind of same hacking capabilities. And that's the thing that everyone has access to now.
Like, here's what I would worry about, which is like, let's say I'm not one of Anthropic's biggest customers, et cetera. We know that compute is scarce, right? Otherwise, Fable would be on for 24 hours as opposed to like it's only going to be in the model as a default for like some period of time, et cetera. What I would be worried about is that like, if I'm not a sort of like heavy and consistent Claude shop, do I have to worry that my access to Fable, set aside Mythos, will not be as much as a company that is like a ride or die Claude shop?
Oh, no, everyone gets access. So,
Okay.
and also like when you look at companies, like they're not using subscription plans typically that, have rate limits. Usually companies prefer to pay per token because that way they can kind of control it. They can forecast a little bit better. And also their engineers don't hit rate limits. So they have a little bit more control that way.
I wanted to ask about this actually. So I think at this point we all know, like a Claude Code super user or someone with AI psychosis who's like setting up a bunch of websites and different programs on a daily basis. And then you have companies that are using Claude Code. And I imagine if you have 2,000 employees that are using this tool and you have, risk management committees, rules, that sort of thing, the output is going to be a bit different to the individual superpower user. What are the key differences you've noticed between those two? And I guess what are the big sticking points when it comes to companies actually adopting these tools?
Yeah, so usually the way that I think about companies' adoption of Claude Code is I think of it as this kind of like ladder that you have to kind of go up one step at a time. You don't just like jump straight to the top of like everyone using Claude Code for everything. You get there, but you get there a step at a time. And so the first step is you use some sort of AI and you kind of start to bring this in. And usually it's like Claude through an IDE or through some other program, and this is how you use Claude. The second step is you give everyone Claude Code and Cowork, and nowadays Tag also. And the way that it usually works at the very beginning is kind of one engineer, one Claude Code session. They're just running one session at a time. Or, one marketer, one Cowork session. So it's just one-to-one. You're talking to one Claude at a time. And as you do this, you want to think about guardrails. So, obviously there's a lot of things that comes out of the box. We have like per seat spend controls. We have advisor models. You can pick effort levels at the enterprise level. So there's just all sorts of ways to control this. And then you also should think about the safety side. So this is, like sandboxing and things like this. And in general, we try to make all the safety settings correct by default. So you don't have to think about it. So it just kind of works.
But do you see an impediment? I don't know. Pick a couple. I don't know. Like, Pfizer, let's sell some Claude or Claude Code seats to them. How much is just that like initial sticking point of them literally figuring out? We know that big corporations are very anxious about letting users download any software to the computer, let alone software whose maximum capability comes when it has the deepest root access to the entire file system and everything. How much of a sticking point business-wise are you seeing in just companies like, we do not feel comfortable with such a powerful piece of software sitting on employee desktops?
I think a couple years ago, there was some level of discomfort because this was a really new idea. But I think what's happened over time is as employees' usage gets more sophisticated, as companies build up their confidence, they get more comfortable with it. And, it helps because we spend so much effort on safety and alignment and security and privacy. It's just extremely important to us. And so when I look at companies, the ones that adopted it kind of early on, they've gone up this kind of adoption ladder, and they went from 1 quad per engineer to 10 quads to 100 quads, now some to 1,000 quads per engineer. And everyone kind of makes it up one step at a time. And so, now you look at all the biggest banks in New York, you look at, some of the biggest pharma companies, NASA uses Cloud Code. So, it's everywhere.
Out of curiosity, do you see differences in how different companies, I guess, customize permissions, safety permissions? I know you said you try to standardize them so that they're easy to use from the get-go, but I imagine you still have customers that will change things up.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so Cloud Code is just very, very configurable. There's I don't know the exact number, but it's got to be many hundreds of different settings that you can change. There's probably 400 or 500 at this point. The cool thing is you can actually ask Quad to do it for you. So you don't even have to read the documentation. Quad knows its own settings.
With coding in general, the internet is now awash in AI-generated code, and a lot of the open source libraries and databases filled with that. And a few years ago, this was sort of pristine training data, etc. Do you see what do they call it? Model collapse or something? Are there issues that are arising, even setting aside Claude Code, just coding capabilities from essentially code learning from AI generated code? And does that change progress curves at all?
Look, when you think about AI scaling, the thing that people talk about often is the scaling laws.
Yeah.
And for people that don't know, the scaling laws, it was this paper that was written maybe 8 years ago, 10 years ago or something. And it was the first paper that described how model intelligence scales as a function of training. And when you think about training, there's a few pieces. So there's the compute that you put into it, the data that you put into it, and then the size of the neural network. And also the test time compute. So the amount that the model gets to think. And what's interesting is when you look at the scaling laws paper, actually the first few authors, after writing the paper, they branched off and they started Anthropic. Oh. So this is actually, Dario is on the paper and Sam is on the paper, Jared's on the paper. These are our founders. And the reason is they saw that
I didn't realize you guys had a Sam too.
Yeah, we got a Sam. Yeah, he was our first CTO.
Got it. Oh.
Yeah. And the thing about the scaling laws is they're remarkably smooth. And what's also kind of weird is it actually seems to be accelerating a bit. It's a bit beyond what we guessed, 8 years ago or whatever. And so, it just continues to scale. There's always bottlenecks. There's always issues you hit, and you always work through it, and then you keep scaling. And it just seems to be continuing with Fable.
Can we talk about COBOL for a second? So Claude Code can do COBOL now, right? So the mainframe issue is basically solved. If I'm a large bank, I can finally upgrade and improve and integrate my system.
Bring my 70-year-old code base into modern standards. Make no mistakes.
There are actually a lot of banks that are using Cloud Code for exactly this kind of migration.
Wait, say more.
Yeah.
This is COBOL has come up on so many episodes.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, and we always hear if you're a COBOL engineer, you can make bank at the banks, as they say.
Yeah. Well, Claude is really good at migrating code. This is one of the skills, the core skills that's just been improving over time. Mm-hmm. One example, we just published a blog post about how Jared on the Bun team, and Bun is the JavaScript engine that powers Claude Code, how he migrated the entire code base from one language to another language, from Zig to Rust. And it took about 11 days.
Wow.
For one person. And he used Claude Code with dynamic workflows to do this. In the past, this would have taken a few engineers a year or something, and it's something we never would have done.
Oh, I saw that piece. Yeah, and it just cost them $150,000 in credits or something like that. Which is a fraction of what paying those engineers would cost.
And back in the day, we just never would have done that because you have to stop development for a year to do it. It's just no business can actually pay that cost. But the economics are really changing. And so, if in the past you had this big COBOL code base and it wasn't cost effective to stop development, or it wasn't cost effective to just migrate everything to Java, you can now just do this. You can just prompt Claude Code and it can do this for you.
Are computer languages going to be irrelevant in the future?
Yeah.
I think they're largely irrelevant today. And this is a spicy thing, because if you talk to different engineers, they're gonna have all sorts of views, and I don't necessarily know what's the right view. As an engineer, I think about everything as kind of pros and cons. To me, I'm a big languages nerd. I love programming languages. I love type systems. I actually wrote a book about a language that I really like. But increasingly with LLMs, I think it matters less and less because the LLM doesn't really care. And there's some things about a language that helps a bit. So if the language is really efficient, if it's type checked and it has good static analysis, then this helps the model generate better code. As the model gets more sophisticated, this actually matters less. Because, even if the model is writing just raw assembly, it can probably just do it really well the first shot. And that'll only get better over time.
Do you think we could move to a world where there's like one standardized dominant code, or are we heading in a world because Claude Code and other platforms can do so much of this where we get like even more niche languages?
I think that with Claude, what is happening is there's an explosion in innovation. And we're seeing this on the business side with all sorts of new startups. Again, at one of these like Y Combinator talks, there's a startup that was using Claude to discover new materials. Like material discovery. They were like
material science.
Material science, yeah. Their thesis is like there was a revolution because of silicon. What's the next silicon? Like, how do we discover that? How do we discover that material? And they're using Claude to search for it. So there's this revolution happening in business and in product right now. And I think there's just a lot of corollaries to this where the same thing might happen to languages and computing. I could see a world where there's just a Cambrian explosion of new languages, of new ways to think about computing.
More to come from our conversation with Boris Cherny, the creator and head of Claude Code. We are talking about what our future interactions with computers are actually going to look like. I'm Tracy Alloway.
And I'm Joe Weisenthal, and this is Odd Lots on Bloomberg Radio.
To hear all of our episodes in full, be sure to subscribe to the podcast on your favorite platform.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. Powered by more than 3,000 journalists and analysts in over 100 bureaus around the world. This is Bloomberg Radio. Now, an update from our partners at ABC News.
From ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. The White House tells ABC that the president will retain all options with Iran, following earlier statements from President Trump that he will take the country apart piece by piece if it doesn't agree to a peace deal. New York Times reporting indicated that the administration was walking away from that increased military action because of the Pentagon's dwindling stockpile of air defense munitions in the Middle East. Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen spoke with ABC's This Week and says it's just more proof the U.S. should get out of this war.
I don't see a clear strategy, and there's never been a clear strategy. We should never have gotten into this senseless war, and we should end it now.
Republican Representative Mike Turner also on This Week, firing back.
The most important aspect here has been the goal of this conflict, and that is certainly one of the things that was subscribed in the declaration in the NATO summit that was a win in this administration, and that where all of the NATO allies agreed with the administration, and that is that Iran cannot be permitted to have a nuclear weapon.
The conflict in Iran is also continuing to tie up the Strait of Hormuz, which has led to elevated oil prices globally. ABC's Rena Roy says that's going to factor into this week's interest rate decision from the Federal Reserve.
The broader expectation is the Fed holds steady while watching to see whether higher energy prices start spilling into core inflation, meaning there is a chance we could see a rate hike later this year.
One person was killed in Germany this weekend after police in Berlin say a car plowed into a crowd at a pride parade. The suspects are still at large. ABC's Britt Clennett.
Just last week, Germany actually raised the security alert to high, warning that plans to attack the country were clearly discernible. And on that search underway, police are using helicopters, thermal imaging at night, and police are advising the public not to approach the suspects as they may be armed and dangerous.
29 people were wounded in the incident, including some seriously. You're listening to ABC News.
Now, Bloomberg Radio weather on SiriusXM 121.
Travel conditions across much of the country looking pretty good for the afternoon. The big problem is going to be the heat. We'll see sunny skies and highs around 95 this afternoon in the Chicago area. It looks like the thunderstorm risk is now going to remain to the northwest. May see a few delays in and out of Miami, Fort Lauderdale this afternoon due to showers and thunderstorms. Temperatures will be near 92. If you're traveling to or from New Orleans, should be partly to mostly sunny, 93 this afternoon, with the chance of an isolated storm. Delays should be minimal. You're dealing with fair weather in and out of the Boston area this afternoon. Good news for travelers. Sunshine and temperatures near 76 degrees. Also looks good if you're headed to or from Columbus this afternoon. It'll be sunny and hot with highs near 92. Sunshine's also in the forecast for Dallas. Temperatures near 95 in Dallas this afternoon, but that will not have an impact on travel. I'm Rob Carolyn, and that's your Bloomberg Travelers Forecast. Now back to the latest headlines from ABC News.
Days of protests in Madison, Wisconsin in response to a deadly police shooting caught on cell phone video. Police say officers were responding to a 911 call about a person allegedly checking the doors of parked cars. They confronted Corey Ruiz, who they say had a knife, shooting and killing the 38-year-old.
Police say the officer who fired was injured by that knife. None of the officers were wearing body cameras. The department doesn't require its officers to use them. All 4 officers are now on administrative leave. The State Justice Department investigating this as a homicide. And this morning, the family, joined by attorney Ben Crump, is demanding charges.
ABC's Ike Ajachi. Dangerous wildfires continue to plague southern Europe, forcing many to evacuate, including Tammy Hutchinson.
When we were leaving Bordeaux, there were caravans of fire trucks and military. They are sending in reinforcements from Paris.
Meanwhile, at least one person was killed in Spain due to the fires there. And Tunnels to Towers, the foundation to honor firefighters who died during the 9/11 attacks, has opened its first housing complex for veterans in Charleston, South Carolina. Mark Delbrook is one of the first residents.
It's not a handout, it's a hand up. I mean, we pay rent here. It's just been amazing.
Tunnels to Towers says it plans to open veterans villages in cities across the country. I'm Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
And I'm Monica Ricks in the Bloomberg newsroom. Here are some of the stories we're watching. U.S. attacks in Iran may be on pause right now, but ongoing tensions in the Middle East keep driving up oil prices and raising questions about how high prices at the pump could go by the end of summer. Rebecca Babbins, a senior equity trader at CIBC.
I don't think we're hitting 5. I think we're probably going closer to the 425, 430 level. And that really depends on what happens from here. If we continue to see Hormuz fully restricted with only a trickle going through and also Red Sea flows impacted, yes, I think we're going back to kind of that 450. If we also continue to see Ukraine target Russian refineries, again, 450 is very realistic.
According to AAA, the national average is now $4.11 a gallon, but Brent crude has soared about 27% in the past 2 weeks, closing near $97 a barrel Friday. Meantime, central bankers all over the world are set to reveal just how worried they are about higher oil prices. 3 days of G7 rate decisions start with the Federal Reserve on Wednesday, followed by the Bank of England and Bank of Japan. Now, these may show varying degrees of vigilance at the prospect of more energy-driven inflation, even if for now, none are predicted to act on it. A busy week ahead for tech earnings with Meta, Microsoft, and Amazon all set to report. And this comes as investors continue questioning surging AI investments. Dan Ives is a tech analyst and senior managing editor at Yorkville Ives.
This is an arms race. It's third inning in the AI revolution. Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, no one's going to slow CapEx. Could you slow it down? You get ultimately, you're out of the line in terms of when it comes to capacity.
He says Intel's become a huge barometer for AI. Its shares fell 7.9% Friday. And Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey is now on track to bank $500 million at the box office after just 2 weekends in theaters. Emily Wilson is a classic studies professor and the first woman to translate the centuries-old Greek poem to English.
This is a fun summer movie, and I think it's very entertaining, and I'm actually really looking forward to many years of discussing with my students how does the book relate to the film. I think it's really going to enrich classroom discussions of The Odyssey all around the world.
That's Professor Emily Wilson on Bloomberg this weekend. Sales of the book, by the way, are soaring. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Monica Ricks, and this is Bloomberg.
Wednesday, the Fed decides.
This committee will deliver price stability.
Economists expect no change in rates. But will there be dissents? And what will Fed Chair Warsh say this time?
The bias is still to not hike rates if they can.
Full coverage on a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance.
Is forward guidance just done?
The Fed rate decision and Warsh press conference.
This is a changed Federal Reserve, a switch in mentality.
Wednesday starting at 1:30 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app.
Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
This is the Podcast Spotlight Hour on Bloomberg Radio.
You're listening to the Big Take Podcast on Bloomberg Radio. I'm Sarah Holder, and today on the show, we're talking about President Trump's 2025 financial disclosure and why his $1.4 billion in crypto-related earnings and aggressive trading strategy are raising ethics concerns. Out of all the income streams that Donald Trump reported in his latest financial disclosure, there was one particular industry that turned out to be especially lucrative for the president: crypto.
He had a better year making off of crypto than just about, any of the companies that are in this business.
That's Bloomberg's campaign finance reporter Bill Allison, who's covered Trump's financial disclosures since 2015, when he ran for president the first time.
That disclosure was all of 92 pages. The most recent one was 927 pages. So it showed that he had a tremendous amount of income from his various crypto ventures.
At least $1.4 billion in total. At a time when the crypto industry at large has been reeling from losses, the president's gains stand out.
It's more money than he's made in any single year he's been president, and it's his biggest source of revenue.
Trump also made money playing the stock market, with bets on companies whose fates are heavily influenced by federal policy. His financial disclosure shows the dollar value of his thousands of securities trades could have been anywhere between $600 million and $1.86 billion. The disclosure is full of other new details about Trump's business dealings.
He's selling Trump watches, which made more than $4 million. There's the Bibles. There's a Trump guitar.
He made $77 million from his Mar-a-Lago resort, $122 million from Trump National Doral Golf Club, and $25 million from his Virginia Golf Club.
To critics who say you're profiting off the presidency, Mr.
Well, you know why I'm profiting? Because the stock market's going up. Everybody's profiting. If you have a 401.
As president, Trump isn't subject to the same ethics rules as other public officials.
Basically, you didn't want a situation where a president would have to decide, can I make a decision or do I have to recuse myself? We can't have the president recuse himself from a decision. So the position is exempted from a lot of these laws. As a result, Trump is kind of he interprets that to mean the president can't have a conflict of interest.
Those ethics laws were written in 1978.
We've never had a president quite like Donald Trump. The ethics laws did not take into account the idea that you would have a president who was a billionaire with a far-flung real estate empire with properties that he's managing or owns around the world. And what it creates is this system where anybody can buy into business with Donald Trump, foreign governments, sovereign wealth funds, billionaires. And even if there isn't a conflict of interest, it really creates the appearance of one. It really does muddy the waters whenever this president makes decisions, and it raises the question, does he have a financial interest in this?
I'm Sarah Holder, and this is The Big Take from Bloomberg News. Today on the show, all the president's profits. What Trump's 2025 disclosure reveals about the money he's made since taking office a second time, and the ethics concerns it's raising. So, Bill, you've been covering Trump's financial disclosure since he was a candidate the first time around. What stood out about this latest disclosure?
Clearly the crypto. And he did report some earnings from crypto in his, from 2024. And I think he made about $58 million from crypto, which was, a lot. That was enough for a headline. And now he's up, well over, $1.4 billion.
That is a lot more.
It is a lot more, yes.
The other evolution has been Trump's sort of mindset on crypto, right? Back in 2021, Trump said Bitcoin seemed like a scam. Now he's made more than $1 billion off the crypto industry. How much has Trump's perspective on crypto really changed over the past few years? And what's behind that shift?
I think the changes really started post-January 6th, 2021, the way that Trump left office. He had trouble doing business with normal financial institutions after that. He claims he was debanked and that big institutions wouldn't take his business. And at the same time, you have the Biden administration cracking down on crypto and, with a lot of prosecutions to the SEC, made it sort of a central thing that they went after. And they kind of became strange bedfellows. The crypto industry saw in Donald Trump somebody who would promote their interests, and they held fundraisers for him in the 2024 campaign. And Donald Trump learned to love crypto as well. His first ventures into crypto, were selling these tokens that presented him like a superhero and stuff, and they sold very well. And I think he made a couple of million from it, and, he never looked back.
And at this point, can you give us a sense of what Trump's crypto empire looks like? How exactly did he make this $1.4 billion he did last year?
There's three components to it. One is World Liberty Financial, which is the company that he started before the presidential election in 2024. Steve Witkoff, his Middle East envoy, and Donald Trump are sort of the high-level names as co-founders. Basically, it markets something called a stablecoin, and USD1 is the name of it. And it's gotten some big, heavy hitters buying into it. There's a investment fund in the Middle East that used $2 billion worth of USD1 to buy into the Binance exchange. And so token sales have generated a huge amount of money for Donald Trump, and it's about $594 million. So that's component one. And then one of his sources of income, this is from Stablecoin Holdco, the name of the company. It's an LLC, and they got capital contributions from new members. So there's people buying into this company. And they sold, Class C units to other people, as the disclosure tells us. So basically, he's selling equity stakes in these ventures. So that's one way that he made money. And then the other thing is a separate company called CIC Digital LLC, which sells his meme coins. And these are like, these Trump tokens and cards and whatever that people buy. And that made him $636 million. And the thing about the meme business, the $Trump coin, is that it says right on the website that markets them that these are not for investment purposes. These are to show support for the president. And yet at the same time, he kind of pumps up the value of these by hosting an annual conference that you get to meet the president if you're one of the top holders of this. It's just generated a huge amount of revenue for him. You have these huge spikes in price. Certainly the first time he did one of these conferences where people could come. And it's almost that this is a way to kind of get access to the president, the way he's operating the tokens.
Well, it is interesting, though, because the World Liberty token has not done so well. Neither has the meme coin, according to our colleagues. The World Liberty token is down 75%. The meme coin has fallen 95% in value. The New York Times reported that, according to cryptocurrency analytics firm Nansen, nearly 1 million people who lost money on Trump's meme coin collectively lost more than $3.8 billion. So explain how Trump's crypto ventures can be bringing in so much income while the cryptocurrency tokens themselves are doing badly.
Yeah, because he's essentially selling it. And, it's the old cliche. He's selling high and everybody else is stuck with it when it's low. It's almost like an IPO. If the IPO is really hyped and the initial price is $100, and then in 2 weeks, people find out that the company isn't making any money and it drops to $50, the people who sold it for $100 don't lose that $100. They get to keep the cash. And that's essentially how Trump has managed to make money off of these various crypto ventures.
And put that in perspective for us, how significant are Trump's crypto earnings compared to how other crypto investors or the industry at large has fared this past year?
The past year has been a bad year for crypto. There was a huge sell-off in October of $19 billion of unwinding risky positions. This cost a lot of people a lot of money. So the industry has not been thriving. Bitcoin is way down. The Trump family itself has lost money from their own venture, American Bitcoin, which is investing in Bitcoin. So, they're not making money across the board, but Trump has done very well with his, in some ways, it may be the best place to be is at the beginning of the chain of transactions and, take the money and run.
So part of what you're describing is the president using his fame and his renown to sell meme coins, stable coins. Trump is also ultimately in charge of regulating the crypto industry as president of the United States. The fact that he has his hands in so many of these crypto enterprises has raised questions because of that about conflict of interest. I'm wondering, Bill, what are the biggest ethical concerns here?
Well, certainly for crypto, it's a huge ethical concern. One of the things that some Democrats have been saying about the Clarity Act is, let's put in a provision there that the president can't make money off of crypto, essentially. And obviously, that's something that Trump is probably not going to want to sign. It does create this situation, though, where his administration has made recommendations for how we're going to regulate, what kind of market guardrails do you need? What kind of things do you need to do to make this industry safe? And when he's profiting from it so much, he has a skewed perspective somewhat on, on what is useful and what isn't. And I think that, anytime you have somebody, like, you wouldn't want the head of General Motors making all the decisions about auto safety. You wouldn't want anybody who has a vested interest in a particular industry being the final word on regulation in that industry. And that's kind of what Trump has become with the crypto industry right now.
Bill, how do presidents typically handle their finances upon taking office?
Generally speaking, if you go back to Jimmy Carter, when the Ethics for Government Act was passed, the act doesn't obligate the president to divest or do any of the things that it does for cabinet-level officials. And Jimmy Carter, he took pains to get his businesses so that they wouldn't be causing conflicts, so that he put,
He famously put his peanut farm in a blind trust.
Exactly, yes. And of course, I'm sure he still knew he had a peanut farm, but he tried to, comply with it. George H.W. Bush put all of his assets into a blind trust when he became vice president and kept it, through his 12 years in office as vice president and president. Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton, they put their assets into a blind trust that I think stuck around long after he became president until they dissolved it. So generally the way that you try to do this is either you have somebody independent of you running your assets and making the decisions, or you kind of divest, you put things into broadly based mutual funds where, they're thought not to hold, cause conflicts of interest. And that's sort of what presidents have done in the past to avoid these conflicts.
So there's no federal law that mandates that you have to divest from your assets or you have to put your assets in a blind trust, but it's just what's been done.
And if you go back to Trump's first term, Walter Shaub was the head of the Office of Government Ethics and tried to explain to Trump that this is done so that it sets an example and the tone for the rest of your administration, that, that you're going to have to make sacrifices, that you're going to have to divest things. It is much harder to make that case to high-ranking administration officials when the president's not doing it.
This has been the Big Take Podcast on Bloomberg Radio. I'm Sarah Holder, and I spoke with Bill Allison about President Trump's 2025 financial disclosure and why his $1.4 billion in crypto-related earnings and aggressive trading strategy are raising ethics concerns. You can hear the rest of the episode on The Big Take, wherever you get your podcasts.
And I'm Monica Ricks in the Bloomberg newsroom. Here are some of the stories we're watching. The U.S. has paused its almost 2-week run of strikes against Iran amid concerns, according to the New York Times, that ramping up this war could dangerously drain the Pentagon's air defense munitions stockpile. Bloomberg White House correspondent Courtney Subramanian has more from Washington.
Concerns over the Patriot interceptors and other defense munitions have been ongoing throughout this war, and recent escalations obviously only exacerbated that. I asked the White House yesterday about this and got a statement from Communications Director Stephen Chung saying that the president, quote, has always been consistent in saying he prefers a diplomatic solution, but he continues to retain all the options if Iran continues terrorist activities in the Strait of Hormuz or against allies, and it would be wise for Iran to work towards a negotiated deal. Otherwise, they will know what will happen.
Bloomberg's Courtney Subramanian. Trump set to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu this week at the White House. We get more on that from Bloomberg's Amy Morris.
A meeting with Netanyahu could help determine next steps and coordination between the U.S. and Israel. This will be their first in-person meeting since February. Netanyahu will also attend the funeral for Senator Lindsey Graham at the U.S. Capitol building and the National Cathedral. In a post on social media, Netanyahu described Graham as a dear friend and a champion of the U.S.-Israel alliance. In Washington, Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is also expected to attend Graham's funeral and meet with Trump on Tuesday. Meantime, Katy Perry denounced the White House this weekend for using her song Firework in a social media video that showed footage of military attacks with the caption, "Iran has been warned." The pop star says it didn't have permission, and using that song to soundtrack destruction and violence is a complete violation of everything it stands for. Germany says it believes yesterday's Berlin Pride attack was Islamic extremist terror. Authorities there are still searching for the 21-year-old suspect who rammed his van into a crowd, killing one person and injuring 16 others. And emergency workers evacuated thousands more people overnight in France and Spain as dry, windy conditions continue fueling raging wildfires. Today's Tour de France will also be about 30 miles shorter due to a lack of officers who've been deployed to fight the fires. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Monica Ricks, and this is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. edition podcast, Bloomberg's Stuart Livingston Wallace joined us from Dubai as President Trump considered a, quote, massive attack on Iran.
It's very hard to tell. I mean, there is certainly, I think, a sense that more U.S. military equipment is being moved into the region. They obviously already have a great deal here, not least those two strike carrier groups that have been sitting in the Arabian Sea for some time now. But again, on the flip side of this, you know, they already tried a very intense series of bombardments in the first couple of months of the war that didn't really appear to get anywhere far in terms of diminishing Iran's ability to threaten commercial shipping. And you know, the most recent attack around Hormuz was on Tuesday, which is pretty recently. So again, multiple rounds of attacks, particularly on those coastal areas and military installations along there, don't seem to have had much impact. And frankly, it doesn't take a great deal in the way of threats from the Iranian side to deter shipping. Because again, if I'm the captain of a commercial tanker, commercial container ship, you know, it's not particularly encouraging for me to have to go through there. It clearly is a very dangerous environment.
In the meantime, we've seen this report from the New York Times that the U.S. proposed a new ceasefire proposal through Iraq's prime minister, and Iran rejected it. What do we know at this point about mediation efforts, even as the fighting continues to go on?
I mean, we know that there's been what they characterize exchanges of messages, and read into that what you will, rather than negotiations, but clearly neither side are particularly satisfied with the responses they're getting.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. edition podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com. Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
This is the Podcast Spotlight Hour on Bloomberg Radio.
Tennis is one against the other. When the things are going wrong, find a solution to change that dynamic. And when the things start to go well, find a way to keep going the same way. We were not able to have a conversation with the coach during the match. So you are alone there and you need to survive by yourself. You need to correct yourself. You need to find solutions by yourself. So it's a mental battle about the opponent and sometimes about yourself.
I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is Leaders, the podcast that explores what drives the world's most influential people. This week, I'm speaking with tennis legend Rafael Nadal. He's won 22 Grand Slams, including 14 French Opens, 4 US Opens, 2 Wimbledons, 2 Australian Opens, and 2 Olympic golds.
Oh my words! Absolutely incredible from Rafael Nadal. What a way to...
Nadal has been called the incomparable Spaniard and a relentless competitor. And despite having retired in 2024, the tenacity that characterized his performance in the game has followed him off the court. Diving headfirst into the world of business, he's growing an empire of luxury properties, training academies, restaurants, and even an electric boat racing team. His latest venture is the opening of Zel Fuerteventura, the 4th location in his growing hotel partnership with Melia Hotels. And that's where I met Nadal for our conversation. Rafael Nadal, thank you so much for joining us on Leaders. It's very well documented that you suffered a lot of injuries. In fact, you said for your first significant injury that tennis became a race against time. What was it like living in constant fear of your career potentially ending?
Well, you adapt to it because when you have a tough injury and the hope is not very positive for a couple of months, you don't know if you're going to have the chance to keep going. Then when you are able to come back and keep playing, you feel alive, you know, and then you adapt yourself to live with that feeling of, I don't know if you're going to be able to keep playing tennis for 1, for 2, or for 10 years. And at the end, I played for 16 more years. You know, that's the truth. But I went through a lot of challenges because of that first injury. But I was able to keep going, and there's the past satisfaction to have the determination to find solutions, to try to keep being competitive and find a way to try to have success with the new circumstances that your body presents to you.
Do you think it put extra pressure on you? Did you want to win even more?
No, for me the same. The only thing that, of course, affects is when you achieve things after having this issue, probably you enjoy more that victories, are more emotional. You put the victory more in value for yourself, because sometimes when you are on the run that you are winning, you want to keep winning, Okay, let's stop and say, okay, I want to keep winning, but let's enjoy this moment.
Did you ever feel invincible?
No, at all. No, I always had doubts, and for me, the doubts are good.
Why?
For me, doubts are positive because allow you to go on court knowing that I need to improve. Doesn't matter if I'm having success today, I need to be better to try to keep having success tomorrow. That's doubts. The people that need to lose to know that they have to improve things, they don't have doubts.
You have to have doubts, but also not let those doubts cripple you because you have to perform. And this is true for any leader, for anyone that wants to be the best at what they do. Like, what's the right balance between doubts and I guess, bravado?
Of course, you can have doubts or over-doubt, but doubts in terms of asking yourself if what you are doing is enough, for me are positive. Because if not, it's easy to say, okay, I am winning. I am super good. Okay, I keep practicing, but you lose this feeling of going on court every day with the motivation and determination to improve something. And for me, as a personal feeling, go on court just for practice to be fit never worked well for me. Never motivate me enough.
Rafa, you really also captured the imagination of people because of the rivalries and also friendship with Djokovic and Roger Federer. What was that like?
The rivalry had been a healthy rivalry from my point of view, with huge respect between each other, and putting in perspective that we shared a lot of pressure moments, fighting for trying to be the best.
Did they make you better?
Without a doubt, yes. We pushed each other to the limits. Our rivalries help us to improve our level of tennis, our mentality, our level of bringing our possibilities to the limit, because we knew that if we were not doing the things more or less the perfect way almost every day, the other will be better than us.
But it's amazing because you also had this friendship off court.
I think it's normal that when you shared a lot of moments with your rivals, you have some love for them, because you are fighting for the same thing all the time, and at the end of the day we are achieving our dreams. So why we need to fight in a negative way? We need to fight in the tennis court as a players.
It must be very difficult to be at the top of your game, and with the pressure not many other people understand.
We had pressure, yes, because we have some attention, because tennis is a difficult sport. The way that the score is going, you will be never relaxed, because you can lose in any situation, and you can come back from every situation. And we are very lucky people that we achieve what we wanted to achieve. In my case, much more than what I ever dreamed. So I can't complain a lot. And we had pressure, yes, but everybody has pressure. For us, our pressure was healthy pressure. Some people have not healthy pressure, dramatic pressure.
When you say, you've achieved much more than you thought you would, was there a moment that crystallized that for you, where you thought, actually, I'm exactly where I wanted to be?
I always felt myself a very lucky person. I was able to win a Master 1000, then a Grand Slam, then Olympics, then more Grand Slams. I had a professional tennis career of 20 or 21 years, having an injury that almost retired myself when I was 19. So what else can I ask?
I mean, 22 Grand Slams, given all of the injuries. How do you reflect back on that?
For me, when I talk about victories, I don't put the injuries on perspective.
There's some, exceptional matches that you've done. One of them was the Australia final in 2022 against Medvedev. Talk to me about that final. So you're losing by 2 sets. And then something happens between the second and the third set. What were you thinking?
Nothing happened because the change was in the second set. Even if I lost that second set, the match already changed because the first set was very clear for him. He was way better than me. But then in the second set, the feeling was different. I had a big chance to win that second set, but I lost that second set. Of course, that was a heartbreaking moment because I came back in Australia after 6 months without playing on the tour for the foot. So for me, it was difficult to imagine myself coming back in a final against a great player like Medvedev. At the same time, I was thinking, okay, I was very unlucky in Australia during all my tennis career. It's very difficult because physically, I don't know if my body will hold for the next 3 sets. But in the other hand, I was very unlucky all my life, so maybe this day will be the opposite. No, so I just was trying to give myself a chance all the time.
But you make it sound very easy. It's not, right? If you're losing in such a big, important game, you must have a way of turning it around, of saying, actually, I'm not giving up. It can't only be luck.
It's not luck. Of course, not luck. You need to have some luck in every...
Sure, with everything.
In a particular moment, yes. But you need to look for that moment, and need to fight for that moment. No? So it's about give yourself chances all the time. And that's what I tried to do all my tennis career. And that day was not an exception. I was losing, but in my mind, don't think that after I lose the first 2 sets, don't think that I will, in my mind was, okay, I'm going to come back for sure. No. In my mind was, I am almost dead. But I don't want to increase the problem on myself. I want the other to beat me. I don't want to help him to beat me. So let's keep going. Let's try to do things to bother him a little bit. And the dynamic of the match changed. And in the third, after saving that dramatic moment, the match, I don't say was more on my side because that's not the truth, but was more or less equal. So when you win that third set, a new match starts. And you know that as a player. You have been in that position a lot of times, and you have been in the position of you are winning, and you have been in the position that you are losing. So if you are there till the end, maybe you're going to have a chance. And that's what happened. And finally, I was able to step by step, climb the mountain and come back.
So when a momentum shifts in a match, do you play differently? Do you feel different?
No, but of course, step by step, you start believing more and more. First of all, don't lose the faith. When the things are going wrong, find a solution to change that dynamic. And when the things start to go well, find a way to keep going the same way. It's about point after point for 5 hours. That's the only way from my point of view.
It's like resilience on steroids, right?
Tennis is one against the other. When I was playing, we were not able to have a conversation with the coach during the match. So you are alone there and you need to survive by yourself. You need to correct yourself. You need to find solutions by yourself. So it's a mental battle about the opponent and sometimes about yourself.
Rapid fire questions. Are you ready?
I hope.
What's the best piece of advice you've ever received?
Copy what you like from the others.
As a child, you played both tennis and football. Do you think you would have been as successful at football as you have been at tennis?
I mean, the chances are very little.
Why'd you say that?
Because in tennis, I am probably one of the best players of the history. So if I decide all the way things that I will be one of the best players of the history of football, let's say it's difficult that you have both possibilities.
Rafa Nadal, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks for listening to this episode of Leaders with me, Francine Lacroix, the podcast. If you like our show, please rate, review, and subscribe. It means a lot. It will help more people find the show. And if you want to watch the show, please find us on YouTube.
This is your 24-hour source for world markets and breaking business news. Bloomberg Radio. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. The Trump administration is responding to a New York Times report which found the president was considering stepping back from a planned attack on Iran because of a dwindling supply of air defense hardware in the Middle East.
The New York Times is reporting that President Trump is not going to have any sort of escalation or a massive attack like that. The White House is, of course, saying nothing about that other than that all options remain on the table, but that the president prefers diplomacy. So there's really no clear strategy here.
ABC's Martha Raddatz. Economists are looking ahead to this week's interest rate decision from the Federal Reserve, which is broadly expected to keep rates where they are. And German authorities are still on the hunt for the man responsible for an attack on a pride parade yesterday. Police say the 21-year-old drove a car into a crowd of people exiting the event, killing one person, and that the suspect has ties to local Islamist groups. This is ABC News.
And I'm Monica Ricks in the Bloomberg newsroom. Here are some of the stories we're watching. U.S. attacks in Iran may be on pause right now, but ongoing tensions in the Middle East keep driving up oil prices and raising questions about how high prices at the pump could go by the end of summer. Rebecca Babbins, a senior equity trader at CIBC.
I don't think we're hitting 5. I think we're probably going closer to the 425, 430 level. And that really depends on what happens from here. If we continue to see Hormuz fully restricted with only a trickle going through and also Red Sea flows impacted, yes, I think we're going back to kind of that 450. If we also continue to see Ukraine target Russian refineries, again, 450 is very realistic.
According to AAA, the national average is now $4.11 a gallon, but Brent crude has soared about 27% in the past 2 weeks, closing near $97 a barrel Friday. Meantime, central bankers all over the world are set to reveal just how worried they are about higher oil prices. 3 days of G7 rate decisions start with the Federal Reserve on Wednesday, followed by the Bank of England and Bank of Japan. Now, these may show varying degrees of vigilance at the prospect of more energy-driven inflation, even if for now, none are predicted to act on it. A busy week ahead for tech earnings with Meta, Microsoft, and Amazon all set to report. And this comes as investors continue questioning surging AI investments. Dan Ives is a tech analyst and senior managing editor at Yorkville Ives.
This is an arms race. It's third inning in the AI revolution. Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, no one's going to slow CapEx. Could you slow it down? You get ultimately, you're out of the line in terms of when it comes to capacity.
He says Intel's become a huge barometer for AI. Its shares fell 7.9% Friday. And Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey is now on track to bank $500 million at the box office after just 2 weekends in theaters. Emily Wilson is a classic studies professor and the first woman to translate the centuries-old Greek poem to English.
This is a fun summer movie, and I think it's very entertaining. And I'm actually really looking forward to many years of discussing with my students how does the book relate to the film. I think it's really going to enrich classroom discussions of The Odyssey all around the world.
That's Professor Emily Wilson on Bloomberg this weekend. Sales of the book, by the way, are soaring. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Monica Ricks, and this is Bloomberg.
Big change starts small by helping just one neighbor in need. At St. Vincent de Paul, volunteers help families put food on the table and keep roofs over their heads. That support brings stability, dignity, and hope when neighbors need it most. Whether you're sorting donations, stocking shelves, or simply lending an ear, you're making a difference. Join our community of neighbors helping neighbors. Discover volunteer opportunities that fit your schedule and your heart at svdpcincinnati.org/volunteer. St. Vincent de Paul, neighbors helping neighbors.
Beat the summer heat with Pella's energy-efficient windows designed to keep your home cool and comfortable. Built with precision and passion, they go beyond durability and beauty. Pella Now, Pay Later makes upgrading easy. Visit PellaWindowsCincinnati.com today.
Hi, I'm Dwayne Brandstetter, owner of Brandstedter's Kangaroo. For almost 3 decades, we've been serving Cincinnati with expert roofing, siding, gutters, and windows. Rain or shine, we never take the day off when it comes to protecting your home. Our family believes in faith, family, and excellence. Whether it's a repair or a full replacement, you can count on us. Need a trusted roofer? Schedule your free estimate today at gokanga.net. We hop to it.
Brandstedter's Kangaroo.
That face, that CoverGirl face.
Well, if you remember that jingle from the 1980s, CoverGirl is shifting its focus to you. CoverGirl's new strategy is to prioritize women in their 40s, 50s, and early 60s, known as Gen X.
Turns out that Gen X, they're right now the world's highest spending generation across all consumer categories.
Senior editor Ann Riley Moffat with Bloomberg Businessweek says CoverGirl has been around since the 1960s, and this is really a better fit.
And when you think about it, CoverGirl is a woman on the cover of a magazine, and that's not even a phrase that many of your teens know about.
Even though CoverGirl is targeting a higher income audience, keeping the price point low, less than $10, is another part of their strategy.
This is a generation that is also feeling squeezed, that they're raising kids in many cases. They are taking care of aging parents in many cases. They might be saving for retirement.
That allows CoverGirl to aim for all demographics and generations while recognizing its sweet spot is Gen X. Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest Masters in Business podcast, my conversation with Lori Heinel, Global Chief Investment Officer at State Street, managing $5.7 trillion.
At the margin, we might favor large cap or favor Europe or favor emerging markets at different points in time based on relative value trading. But we do think that it's incredibly difficult to time those inflection points perfectly. And as you noted, coming into this year, you still had a lot of momentum and flows into the things that had done well in the past, including some of those large cap names that you mentioned. So you know, I'm kind of a traditionalist in that way. I do believe you want to be diversified and have exposures to multiple places. But I do think that this AI enthusiasm, I believe in it in terms of a technology. But when you look at the massive amount of spending that is now being undertaken by some of these companies, you know, they've gone from leveraging balance sheet cash to make those investments to now accessing fixed income markets in a massive way, and even in some cases issuing equities. So you do have to sort of wonder whether that vein alone is going to be where the money is going to be made going forward. I'm not saying that, you know, they can't still generate good earnings, but there are plenty of other places. If you think about energy, if you think about utilities, you think about all the ecosystem required to enable that AI transformation. And then perhaps most importantly, you know, the real economy and how sectors like finance or healthcare or other things are going to benefit from these technologies. I think we're just at the tip of the iceberg.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Masters in Business podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com. Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
This is the Podcast Spotlight Hour on Bloomberg Radio.
Turn on the TV and you'll see airlines selling a vision of seamless travel across Africa.
Share your awe-inspiring moments with the world and let us share the world with you. Turning dreams into reality. Ethiopian Airlines, the new spirit of Africa.
These adverts paint a picture of Africa as an increasingly attractive travel hub. But for millions of travelers, the reality is far more complicated. Flights are expensive and oftentimes unreliable, complicating what should be a simple trip to an hours-long trek. And Marie Owens-Thompson, chief economist at IATA, says that brings economic consequences as well.
Clearly, economic development is sorely needed on the African continent. So if you position aviation in that light and regard it as an ally in your drive for creating better economic outcomes for your population, then the policies that you might choose might not be the same subset of policies as if you think that aviation is only reserved for the rich.
On this week's Next Africa podcast, we're exploring Africa's aviation sector, how the home of 1/5 of the world's population only makes up 2% of the world's air travel, and whether anything can or is being done to fix it. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is the Next Africa podcast, bringing you one story each week from the continent, driving the future of global growth with the context only Bloomberg can provide.
Now, joining me this week is freelance reporter Bilal Qureshi. His
excellent report on Africa's aviation issues is now on Bloomberg platforms. And also here, of course, is our global aviation editor. That is Benedict Camel. Thank you both so much for joining us. So much to unpack with this topic. Bilal, maybe I just start with you because it's quite a read that you have about the state of play for aviation in Africa. What spurred you to take a look at this a bit more?
I moved to Africa 2 years ago, to Ghana. I usually cover arts and culture, but had lived in many other countries outside the U.S., including I'm originally from Pakistan, so I've understood the role of aviation, especially in many other parts of the world that haven't historically been as connected. But I just was not prepared for how, once you arrive in a place like Ghana, how expensive and difficult and complicated it can be to travel in the continent, and the costs of it too, that are very different from some of the airfares that we're accustomed to in other parts of the world. So that was the sort of inspiration. It was lived experience over the last 2 years and lived flying, and lots of conversations with people who live there who have resigned to this reality. And I just thought it would be good to ask why. And that was the impetus.
Yeah, and as someone who is living on the continent, I can wholeheartedly feel with some of the people who you spoke with, because it's really fascinating depending on which market you're in, which airlines you are talking about. What were some of the examples that you thought were so egregious compared to maybe what we'd experience in the West or in Asia or elsewhere?
Exactly as you said, that there are these regions, obviously sub-regions within Africa, and I live in West Africa, and so the closest big city would be Lagos, and Lagos is an example of somewhere where it's less than an hour flying time, but it can be $600 onward and upward, and when it gets to the sort of holiday season, getting close to $1,000, that's pretty wild when you think about the duration of that flight. And then talking to many people who take that flight regularly about the very frequent delays and the complications of once you land in Lagos, how far the airport can be. So those kinds of things, that was one example that was close by. But then any other intra-African air travel with all the very long layovers. I had gone to Morocco quite a few times, and obviously it's not West Africa, but it's not far on the western coast. And from Europe, obviously it's really cheap to fly to Morocco now because of the agreements that they have. But from Ghana, it can cost $1,500 plus to fly the 3.5-4 hours to Casablanca. Once you add to that the other longer distances that one may wish to go, you're looking at very expensive airfares. I came into Ghana from a direct flight that United Airlines has from Washington, D.C., and it's often cheaper to just go back to the States than to go somewhere else in Africa. That to me feels quite egregious, that it's almost like you're incentivized to leave the continent.
I've definitely experienced that a few times. Benny, I'd love for you to jump in here because I've spoken to some people about this topic before. And sometimes the discussion is there's too many airlines or there's not enough mergers that are happening compared to what we've seen elsewhere. When you look at the African aviation market, where do we start? How does it compare to what we're seeing elsewhere?
To Bilal's point, we don't have a cohesive market. That's, I think, one of the big problems. If you look at Africa from the outside, you might think this is a cohesive continent, but in terms of air travel, it is not. And so getting from A to B can be extremely difficult. If you want to fly from, say, Nairobi to Lagos, you might end up, as Bilal said, end up in a different country. You might route through Dubai, you might go through Paris, you might go through Lisbon. So flying within the continent is extremely difficult, and that is because you don't have the local airlines of size. You don't have a connecting airline that takes you through the entire continent in the way that we've become accustomed to, say, in Europe. You have your three big groups. You have Lufthansa, you have Air France, you have British Airways, and then you have your low-cost carriers like EasyJet, like Ryanair, and we've gotten used to a seamless trip from, say, Scotland to the tip of Italy, and that shouldn't be a problem. That's not the case in Africa. And if you look at the landscape of the carriers, as your question alluded to, you don't really have very many big airlines. The biggest one is Ethiopian Airline, but even that is an airline compared to other carriers around the world is fairly small, and then it gets really tiny. And there are big parts of the country with large populations, take Nigeria, that don't really have a local dominant carrier, and that creates a big sort of structural problem. The other issue that you have is you don't have, again, sort of a cohesive network in terms of cost, in terms of air traffic control, In terms of visas, I think that's one big issue, that you don't have an easy way to get from A to B. So lots of splintered markets and nothing that really holds them together, and that makes the travel across the continent.
So then, Benny, if we take Ethiopia as an example, as you mentioned, and I think they say they are the biggest on the continent, what are we measuring that on? Is it the routes that they take, the planes that they have? How are we assessing who are the dominant players across the various markets?
So a simple way to look at it would be by fleet size. They have about 160 aircraft, and they are growing, and they are relatively healthy. But then the next one, I believe, is Egypt, and they have fewer than 100 aircraft, and it gets tinier from there. And so what you have instead, you have a lot of foreign airlines coming into the continent. So you have Emirates, you have Etihad, you have Turkish, you have Brussels Airways, and so on. Those are airlines that are flying into the continent, but you don't have a lot of intra-African travel dominated by local carriers, and that indeed is a problem. And as I said, there are a lot of airlines that used to exist that have fallen by the wayside, that have had a troubled past. There are airlines that are flag carriers that are owned by the governments, and therefore there might be less of an incentive to run them as profitable enterprises. And so you have that sort of hodgepodge of carriers out there that are somewhat disjointed. Often they're not part of a global alliance, so it makes interconnectivity harder. And that's just some of the issues that we face.
It's been fascinating to see which are the foreign players that are looking to tap into some of the markets across the continent. Bilal, I want to bring you back in here because this sort of speaks to what travelers end up experiencing in terms of finding flights, layovers. What did they tell you? What else sort of stuck out to you?
Well, I think it's the de-incentivizing of traveling within Africa. It's the feeling that you're not really contributing to the continent that you're from. And I think the reason I bring up Ghana is very interesting because it was the first sub-Saharan African country to declare independence. And 1957 is this very iconic, important year when Kwame Nkrumah, the former president and founder of Ghana, announced this Pan-African era. And so I think there's this kind of like shadow and ghost of these amazing feelings of connection and of Pan-African community. And actually on the runways of the Accra airport, you still have a couple of old Ghana Airways planes that are like parked on the sidelines with vines growing out of them. And I think what people describe is this sort of sense of being stuck or being unable to really rely on air travel in the way that lots of people in other parts of the world have become. And I think the statistic that continued to really boggle my mind is that Africa's a fifth of the world's population, but 2% of the air traffic. So if you look at the map, what really struck me when I was doing this piece was when you look at that sort of live flight map of the world. I mean, Africa's a vast continent already, but with very few flights moving around and all the kind of movement that you see over America or Europe, for example, or South Asia. And there is, of course, lots of travel to Africa related to tourism, obviously resource travel and business and such. But I think it's still remarkable how it's a much smaller part of people's life than I think they would like for it to be.
Are we seeing that translate into economies yet, though, Bilal? It's fascinating because there is still movement, as we know, that's happening across the continent, be it by bus or car. And so it still feels like it's not necessarily that movement is too restricted, but I wonder if we can quantify the impact of some of this disjointedness.
Something that was brought up was the lack of integration that has to do with the kind of lack of a single market and a kind of integrated tax market too. And I think that's a big part of the challenge, is that all of the different countries are so disjointed in that way. And so there's been this movement to create what's known as the single African air transport market. Since 2018, that was signed into law, but it's been implemented quite sporadically. And the idea is you have these very different tax regimes in every state. And so some of the countries are charging $300 for taxes for when you're leaving or whatever. Yeah. And so I think that, of course, has like really, I don't know the exact impact on how you would describe that in terms of economics, but obviously it's massive when any plane, including people who are going for business, any kind of trade work. I think the import taxes are already so high in a country like Ghana that you think about how much of that factors into the prices of life there. And so I definitely think one of the sort of yearnings for that integration and for that agreement as well was that obviously it would drive down prices and create a lot more economic connection between Africans, also just on a personal level, which I don't think, there are many people that have been to many places in Europe, but not to neighboring African countries in Ghana, which was shocking to me at first, I have to admit.
That's definitely a reality for many. Benny, I've also heard people describe what is happening with aviation on the continent similar to what we have seen in the past with India, or they would like for it to be. And in terms of, you mentioned sort of state carriers, some of the consolidation happening and perhaps that being the solution to a lot of the disconnectedness that we're seeing. Where does that sit on the list of challenges to progress the aviation sector across the continent?
I mean, there are some obvious comparisons to be made between, say, India and Africa. As Bilal said, these are both areas of the world with huge populations and also very poor populations. Let's not forget about that. These are the vast majority of the people that live in both parts of this world have very low disposable incomes, and flying remains out of reach for them financially. However, what we have seen in India is an explosive growth of the low-cost sector, the low-cost travel sector, with Indigo, with Akasa. We've seen the migration of workers from India, from Pakistan, from Bangladesh to the Middle East. So there's a whole sort of continent, should we say, on the move, or a subcontinent, in a way that we don't have in Africa. So there's a big difference there. And because of the, should we say, value of the workforce in these areas, that's a part of the world that's been discovered far more by the Middle East carriers and by other regions than Africa has. Africa is somewhat, still remains, a forgotten continent.
Thanks for listening to this excerpt of the Next Africa podcast on Bloomberg Radio. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Bloomberg.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. Powered by more than 3,000 journalists and analysts in over 100 bureaus around the world. This is Bloomberg Radio. Now, an update from our partners at ABC News.
From ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. All options remain on the table for Iran, according to the White House, after a report found the president was considering standing down on a major military escalation.
The New York Times reporting Trump fears a major escalation could widen the war and drain the already diminished stockpiles of defensive weapons like the Patriot missile batteries.
ABC's chief global affairs anchor Martha Raddatz. Today marks 100 days until the midterm elections, and Maine Democrats have only just this weekend selected their replacement for Graham Plattner. ABC's Jay O'Brien says his name is Troy Jackson.
A lawyer and the former state Senate president, Jackson launched a failed campaign for governor this year. Now he's hoping to pick up Plattner's progressive working class mantle, challenging the state's longtime Republican Senator Susan Collins in a contest that could decide control of the Senate.
Meanwhile, a federal appeals court this weekend rejected the Trump administration's attempt to restrict mail-in voting ahead of the midterms. There are growing protests in Madison, Wisconsin, after a police officer was caught on video shooting and killing 38-year-old Corey Ruiz. His mother spoke to reporters.
He loved his daughter. He loved his family. He did not deserve to be taken out like that. They took my baby from me.
Police say they were responding to reports of a man checking car door handles and that Ruiz had a knife. More than 1.1 million acres have been burned by wildfires in Washington and Oregon, officials now say. And a man is still on the run in Germany after allegedly driving a car into a crowd of people at a pride parade.
A massive search is underway now in Berlin to find one or more people suspected of attacking a crowd at a pride event in the middle of the city. One person killed, several still fighting for their lives.
ABC's Britt Clennett on the foreign desk. You're listening to ABC News.
Now, Bloomberg Radio weather on SiriusXM 121.
Travel conditions across much of the country looking pretty good for the afternoon. The big problem is going to be the heat. We'll see sunny skies and highs around 95 this afternoon in the Chicago area. It looks like the thunderstorm risk is now going to remain to the northwest. May see a few delays in and out of Miami, Fort Lauderdale this afternoon due to showers and thunderstorms. Temperatures will be near 92. If you're traveling to or from New Orleans, should be partly to mostly sunny, 93 this afternoon, with the chance of an isolated storm. Delays should be minimal. You're dealing with fair weather in and out of the Boston area this afternoon. Good news for travelers. Sunshine and temperatures near 76 degrees. Also looks good if you're headed to or from Columbus this afternoon. It'll be sunny and hot with highs near 92. Sunshine's also in the forecast for Dallas. Temperatures near 95 in Dallas this afternoon, but that will not have an impact on travel. I'm Rob Carolyn, and that's your Bloomberg Travelers Forecast. Now back to the latest headlines from ABC News.
Will the Federal Reserve raise interest rates when it meets this week?
Most economists say no, instead expecting the central bank to hold its benchmark rate steady, even as the Iran war pushes oil prices higher. Look, higher energy prices can eventually show up everywhere, from the gas pump to shipping to jet fuel and even store shelves, complicating the Fed's fight over inflation. All of this uncertainty is also having an impact on the housing market. New numbers from Freddie Mac show the average rate on a 30-year fixed mortgage ticked up to 6.58% this week from 6.55% last week.
ABC's Rena Roy. The State Department tells ABC News it's aware of reports of a missing American woman in Grenada. The North Carolinian woman, identified as Elizabeth Waddle, reportedly disappeared last week after going for a swim. Family friend Amanda Romano Harmon making this plea to anyone with information about her disappearance.
If you have any information, no detail is too small. We are trying not to leave any stone unturned.
Early this morning in Chicago, at least 6 people were injured, 2 of them critically, when an assailant opened fire on a crowd. Police say this all played out just after 2 a.m. in the Humboldt Park neighborhood. And in Seattle, police are looking for 2 base jumpers described as white men in their 20s who allegedly leapt off the Space Needle this weekend. I'm Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
And I'm Monica Ricks in the Bloomberg newsroom. Here are some of the stories we're watching. Formula One just announced Malaysia will host its first F1 race in 9 years in October when it's set to stage Bahrain's postponed Grand Prix. It was supposed to happen in April this year, but got scrapped due to the war in Iran. Malaysia actually hasn't hosted a race since 2017 due to rising costs and declining ticket sales. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says he plans to appeal directly to President Trump over new tariffs announced by Washington this week that he calls unjustified. Albanese says Australia has very strong provisions on modern slavery and the tariffs would undermine their trading relationship. The Prime Minister has called for an end to the war in Iran, which has led to higher energy prices, and plans to make an announcement soon on fuel. Meantime, central bankers globally will reveal their worries about the return of oil to about $100 a barrel this week with G7 rate decisions. Bloomberg's Andrew O'Day tells us it starts with the Federal Reserve on Wednesday.
Even as financial markets increasingly predict that borrowing costs will be higher by the end of this year, economists are still expecting the Fed Reserve's next move on interest rates will be a cut. Forecasters in a Bloomberg survey see the U.S. Central Bank cutting its benchmark rate by 0.25 percentage point in the third quarter of next year. While that's later than last month's survey, it contrasts with views from policymakers and investors who have suggested rate hikes may be on the horizon. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Wall Street's looking ahead to mega cap earnings this week with spotlights on Meta, Apple, Amazon, and Microsoft. Kara Murphy is president of Kestra Investment Management and tells us investors are focused on AI CapEx plans.
Last year it was a little bit different, right? We were a bit earlier in the cycle. The numbers weren't quite as big. This year we move forward. We know a little bit more about how people are using AI. We also know it's going to be a little bit before we start seeing returns on it. So the market is saying maybe we need to slow this pace a little bit.
That's Kestra Investments' Kara Murphy. Till then, we could get some relief on beef prices. The Agriculture Department's lifting a more than year-long ban on Mexican cattle imports to ease soaring prices. The U.S. plans to resume imports in Arizona in late August and eventually open 2 more ports of entry in New Mexico. Right now, the average retail price for ground beef is $7 a pound. Sirloin steaks are $14. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Monica Ricks, and this is Bloomberg.
Big Tech reports earnings.
Alphabet earnings now crossing the wire.
Second quarter revenue coming in ahead of estimates.
The company is raising its capital spending forecast.
And Bloomberg brings you the headlines first.
Tesla, second quarter adjusted earnings coming in below estimates.
Netflix, second consecutive quarter of slowing sales. For breaking earnings news and expert analysis.
Investors are getting a little bit more discerning about this AI spend.
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app. And always on Bloomberg Radio. This is Masters in Business with Barry Ritholtz on Bloomberg Radio.
I'm Barry Ritholtz. You're listening to Masters in Business on Bloomberg Radio. My extra special guest today is Lori Heinel. She is the Executive Vice President and Global Chief Investment Officer of State Street Investment Management. That is the asset management arm of State Street Corporation. She helps to oversee $5.7 trillion in assets as of year-end 2025. She also oversees everything index fund and ETF related, including active strategies, multi-asset solutions, and alternatives, leading a team of over 600 professionals globally. She sits on the executive management group and the investment committee. She led State Street's Fearless Girl campaign and was named to Forbes 2025 50 over 50 list. Lori Heinel, welcome to Bloomberg.
Thanks for having me.
So let's start out with your early career and your academic background. You study religion at Princeton before getting your MBA at Carnegie Mellon. What was the career plan with religious studies?
Well, that's a long story, but I'll try to keep it short. Bottom line is I went to Princeton because I wanted to get more of a liberal arts education. And what I realized pretty quickly is it didn't really matter what I majored in. I could major in economics, I could major in history, and I happened to take a religious studies course, which I just absolutely adored. And from a personal standpoint, I had a number of people in my family who were incredibly staunch practicing Catholics or other kinds of Christian religions. And they would do things that to me were quite odd at times. And so I thought from a personal perspective, it would be an interesting way to get more insight into what was going on with some of these family members. So short answer is that I decided to pursue that as a academic undertaking. And then I got to a place where I needed to think about a career. And my first thought was, well, geez, maybe I'll go to law school. Well, then I realized I needed to make some money. So my second thought was, well, geez, there's this analyst program thing that they have on Wall Street. Surely, they recruit at fine institutions like Princeton. And lo and behold, that catapulted me into what became a really long career in finance by just moving from an institution like Princeton into an analyst program.
So let's move forward. You started Credit Suisse First Boston, where you ran equity and fixed income sales. Then you ended up working with trading at Parker Hunter in Pittsburgh. Am I getting the...
Well, I didn't start by running anything. So I started out as a 2-year grunt, right? I think most of your listeners know what these analyst programs look like. I was effectively in investment banking for public finance. So we worked with hospitals, airports, municipal authorities, but I did all the kind of grunt work, if you will, all the numbers crunching behind the scenes and helping to run the deal models and things of that nature. And I just found that fascinating. I thought it was really amazing to connect both, what's going on in the world with, how finance supports that. And so I did that for a couple of years. And then at the end of the 2-year program, you're typically expected to go back to business school. Well, I still needed to make money because I had student loans to pay off. So I decided I wanted to stay. And that led me to an opportunity on the trading desk at First Boston, which really was an incredible opportunity because that was my first real introduction to markets.
So what did working on the trading floor teach you about markets?
So many things. I think the first and most important thing is I was there during the 87 Black Monday crash. And I happened to be working in fixed income. So it was a really interesting day because, of course, at that time, the First Boston trading floor was on 2 different levels. So you had all the fixed income was on one level, all the equities was on a different level. And we went dead silent in the first part of the day. And suddenly people were starting to realize what was happening, the market crashing, 20+%.
22%.
Over the course of, a day, which of course today we've got calibrators that don't let that happen anymore. But then all of a sudden towards the end of the day, things on the fixed income market started going crazy because now you had the Fed coming out, Alan Greenspan saying, we're going to go ahead and provide liquidity. We're going to make sure that there's, active engagement to forestall any further, recessions or other things that might be caused by this kind of major crash. So I guess the first lesson I learned was that there are winners and there are losers in every market event. And it's better to be on the winning side. So I happened to be at that time on the bond side, which was the big winner that day. But then I think the other thing that I learned was that you have to be really careful about things like moral hazard because we became accustomed in that moment to this idea of the Fed put. And I think many years later, we are still wondering about, what that really does mean in terms of the reaction function.
So take me back to 1987 for a second. I was in grad school at the time, but I can only imagine the fixed income trading floor were people sitting around, their feet on their desks, sipping lattes, or did anyone say, let's go down to the equity floor and look at the chaos and carnage?
Well, the first thing we were sitting there doing the crossword puzzles. There were lots of days, and I was in muni bond trading, so it was a little bit of trade by appointment.
Very sleepy.
Very sleepy at times. Obviously, fixed income markets got a lot more interesting throughout my career. But at that time, it was not uncommon in the early morning. We'd do a few trades, and then we'd have a little break. We'd go get some lunch. We'd do a little crossword puzzle. So that day was different, right? So we had our normal morning, but by the time you got to the early afternoon, it's like, wow, something's really happening here. And you started to see major moves in bond markets, including in the muni market. And so suddenly it was a very different, more chaotic, even on our floor.
So money was flying out of equities. Did it roll right into just safe harbor in bonds?
Well, cash was the big place, right? So we had these variable rate demand notes offerings, which were 7-day resets. And so they acted like a form of cash. So we saw massive demand almost immediately in that particular market because it was a cash substitute, but with the tax advantages.
What was the yield back in 87?
Oh,
like
gosh,
7, 8, 9%?
Well, in those, it would have been in the sevens probably because
Wow.
you look at the spread. And again,
tax-free.
On a tax-free.
Oh,
exactly.
man, that's 10, 11, 12%.
Exactly.
Wow, amazing.
Yeah.
So after Credit Suisse, but before State Street, you had a couple of really interesting positions. You were head of investments at Citi Private Bank. Mm-hmm. You ran global investment products for SEI. You led new business development at Mellon Financial. And you were chief investment strategist at Oppenheimer Funds. What's the throughput? What's the common thread in all of those?
Well, some of those were personal. So at the time that I was in New York, I met my then to become husband. We're since divorced, but at the time we were engaged, and we ended up moving to Pittsburgh. He got a job there, and so I followed him there. So the Parker Hunter was really, personal reasons, needed to find something to do, totally different city. I had grown up in Pittsburgh, so in some ways it was a real blessing because that's where we ended up having our 2 children. And so it was great to have that support network at a time where I wanted to continue to work through my early childbearing years, if you will. And then I think after that, we consolidated on the East Coast because we both realized, and he was in finance as well, he stayed in investment banking, that we wanted to have more opportunities. And Pittsburgh's a great city for many, many reasons, but it's not a place where you have a lot of opportunities in finance. So we ended up settling then in Philadelphia. So once again, I was on the prowl for a role, and that led me to first Mellon Financial, where I did business development and started from scratch, built a book over a couple of years, and then got very fortunate, recruited by a headhunter to go to SEI Investments. And I would say that was where I really got the bug in asset management. So SEI has 2 primary business lines, or at least at the time. They were a back office outsourcing firm, and then they also had a pretty meaningful investment management arm, which was an outgrowth of their early consulting days. And so I was hired to basically build the asset management franchise for their community and regional banking division. And so I would travel around the country, meeting with trust officers and financial advisors and other kinds of practitioners at these small regional and community banks, and encouraging them to transition their business from, do it themselves, buying individual stocks and bonds, into a platform like SEI. So for me, that was a really eye-opening experience. One, it just really opened up my eyes to all of America. I traveled literally around the country, but also just looking at the different needs that these types of clients had and how we could serve them.
So you're starting with the client's objectives and perhaps their future liabilities. You have to determine what's the most efficient combination of vehicles, risk, exposure. What's that process like? And is that sort of the through line of all these different positions?
So the major through line of all the positions is that focusing on the client first. So maybe if I can regress just a half a beat, one of my most formative experiences was when I was an investment banker at First Boston. We were working on a deal for the Arlington Airport Authority. And at the time, they were doing what was called a pre-refunding, where they were basically, issuing new debt to pay for old debt and tried to reduce their debt servicing costs over time. So pretty common activity. And at the time, we kept running all these numbers, and we kept showing the director these amazing discounted net present value savings that she was getting from the deal. And every time she would leave the room and say, this is not what I expected. This is not what I wanted. This is not the deal that I need to have happen. And, I'm the most junior person running the numbers. We've got the VPs, the MDs, everybody else around the room, and they're all men, turns out. And they're like, she's crazy. What's wrong with this woman? We're delivering amazing net present value savings. So I happened to run into her in the ladies' room and said, it really helped me if I understood better why this isn't working for you. And it turned out that statutorily that they could only keep the savings in the first year for the authority. And then every subsequent years of savings would basically reduce the tax liens against all the fees that they were collecting at the airport. So they didn't actually get savings from anything after the first year. I was like, okay, got that. We're going to front load it and off we go, right? So that taught me a lot of lessons around, one, listen to the client. Don't just think because you're the expert, you know all the answers. They might need something different that you haven't thought of. And it also taught me that it doesn't have to be the most experienced person in the room that's going to have that insight, because it took me 5 minutes to figure out what we'd spent meeting after meeting trying to gel through.
Nobody asked that question.
And nobody asked that question, right? Because they just thought they knew better, because every other client wanted max net present value savings, period, full stop. So that's one of the, I think, the big threads that went throughout my entire career, that sort of, you got to really listen. Sometimes the problem is not what you thought the problem was. And sometimes the answer, even though it's not optimal, it's the best answer.
Coming up, we continue our conversation with Lori Heinl, Executive Vice President at State Street, discussing a day in the life of a global CIO helping to oversee $5.7 trillion in client assets. I'm Barry Ritholtz. You're listening to Masters in Business on Bloomberg Radio.
And I'm Monica Ricks in the Bloomberg newsroom. Here are some of the stories we're watching. The U.S. has paused its almost 2-week run of strikes against Iran amid concerns, according to the New York Times, that ramping up this war could dangerously drain the Pentagon's air defense munitions stockpile. It also comes as President Trump faces mounting pressure now to end the war. Bloomberg White House correspondent Courtney Subramanian has more from Washington.
There's great frustration, of course, within this administration about where things are at. One thing I had been told consistently over the last few months was that Republicans had hoped this would wrap by this point because of the midterm elections in November and because of some of the messaging they have to take home. So, increasingly as we see more nations get wrapped up into this, I think the president is under immense pressure to find some sort of solution to return to the negotiating table.
Subramanian on Bloomberg this weekend. And Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he plans to press President Trump in their meeting this week in Washington to keep a constant watch on Iran's nuclear program.
If he can do so without returning to intense military fighting, that's fine. Why not? But one way or the other, they have to end their nuclear program. And with a deal or without a deal, that has to come to an end.
Netanyahu on Fox News. Trump says the U.S. is also locked and loaded for major strikes on Iran, but suggested he'd wait for diplomatic talks to play out. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is also meeting with President Trump at the White House on Tuesday and will likely discuss its war with Russia. He'll be in Washington to attend Senator Lindsey Graham's funeral. Zelensky had been close with the South Carolina Republican who'd visited Ukraine just days before his death 2 weeks ago. French military planes are now working around the clock, dumping fire retardant over raging wildfires that have now forced more than 300,000 people from their homes across villages in France and Spain. Fires have been burning out of control for days there following a record-breaking heat wave in Europe and will cut today's Tour de France short to divert more officers to help in the emergency. Meantime, German authorities are still searching for a fugitive suspect in the van ramming near Berlin's Pride Festival that left one person dead and injured at least 16 others. Prosecutors say the 21-year-old, identified only as Abdul B, had sought to join ISIS. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Monica Ricks, and this is Bloomberg.
Families across Cincinnati are struggling to keep food on the table. Every day, St. Vincent de Paul helps fill that gap, providing groceries, fresh produce, and hope for neighbors facing tough times. But as more families reach out for help, we need your support to keep the shelves full. Your kindness today can bring comfort and a warm meal to a family in need. Give to St. Vincent de Paul today and provide help and hope to those who need it most. Visit svdpcincinnati.org. St. Vincent de Paul, neighbors helping neighbors.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast, Joseph Lavarnia of SMBC Nikko.
Running Fed policy on 3% of the economy, which is housing, it's the only area that's really weak, Tom. Everything else is very strong. If you look at the consumer, you're going to get huge building and structures, commercial structures, because of the One Big Beautiful Bill, which has temporary expensing for factories. You could expense a factory the year you break ground. That's going to expire at the end of 28.
It's like Lyndon Baines Johnson from years ago.
To some extent. And of course, you've got massive capex. So what's weak? And the history show, if you're above 2% on inflation, show me when it falls. It's not going to fall unless something happens. And in the past, it's always been the Fed needs to increase interest rates and raise the price of credit and money. You could say as much as you want, it's going to go back to 2, but the words alone aren't going to do it.
Convey the president's economic theme in Livornia clarity.
Well, the economic theme is to have business-friendly taxes, low regulation, and put up a tariff barrier so as to encourage foreign capital to come in.
Are tariffs too high?
It's not clear we're going to get back to 13%. No. If tariffs been implemented the way maybe they should have been, we could debate that. I don't have a problem with tariffs. The tariffs, I argue, are a bipartisan issue. And in fact, regardless of what happens in the future, if the Democrats come in, I doubt they'll remove many of those tariffs.
We're addicted to them.
We need the money, Tom. We need the money. And look, Bill Clinton in the early 90s ran on the possibility of essentially an industrial policy. And those were bad words 30-odd years ago. But the pendulum politically has switched.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com. You're listening to Masters in Business with Barry Ritholtz on Bloomberg Radio.
I'm Barry Ritholtz. You're listening to Masters in Business on Bloomberg Radio. My extra special guest today is Lori Heinel. She is Executive Vice President and Global Chief Investment Officer at State Street, where she helps to oversee $5.7 trillion in assets. So let's talk a little bit about State Street. I recall way back when they launched SPY. I want to say that was
over 30 years ago,
something like that. The first U.S. ETF. And they've been a pioneer of indexing and ETFs, ever since. How do you look at the role of indexing in portfolios? How has this changed not only over your tenure at State Street, but over your entire career?
Yeah. Well, I think the first thing I would say is that once upon a time, it wasn't really possible for people to get index replication, right? So that was the great innovation of something like SPY, where suddenly every individual investor could buy one security and effectively get the market. And for much of my career, particularly in the early part of my career, it was all about beating the market, right? Let's get the best active managers who could beat that index. And what you find for decades now is in many markets, especially large cap US, it's really challenging to do that net of fees. And so I've thought for many decades now that this combination of index exposure, where it was really hard to find managers who could consistently outperform, coupled with maybe some satellite managers or specialist managers or managers in other parts of the market, think emerging markets, small cap, adding your risk budget and your active management budget there just made a lot of sense. So when I think about portfolio construction, it really is, I want to accomplish some sort of outcome, some sort of risk-based outcome for that client, but I also want to do it in a way that covers fees, provides opportunities for alpha or outperformance, but does so in a kind of measured way.
So State Street saw record inflows in 2025 into, I think this is the ETF and index business, 180 billion net inflows, management fees up 13% and in gross growth. Where do you see the growth coming from in this space? I keep hearing indexing is over, ETFs have had their day, and yet year after year it seems to be the big winner.
Well, I think there's still lots of room for indexing to run, because if you think about places like fixed income, we've only started to scratch the surface relative to what you see on the equity side of things. So increasingly, you're even seeing quote unquote exotic fixed income, things like emerging debt, things like high yield, which we've had index products for quite a long time, become much more adopted by clients globally because they see that as a great way to get access, again, to a market in a way that they can really understand the risk and manage it within the portfolio context. So I think there's still plenty of room for indexing to run. I think the other thing is we've seen a major shift in terms of the client segmentation, if you will. So once upon a time, the big investors were the large institutional investors, the defined benefit plans, sovereign wealth funds. Those investors are still important, but increasingly the net incremental dollar is coming from the retail client, whether it's through defined contribution or rollovers or, other kinds of, assets that they might have. And that's happening globally. And those investors are really early to the ETF, if you will, journey, and have lots of opportunity there. And then most recently, you'll have seen that we were selected for the Trump accounts as the default investment. So that's another vector of investor that we think comes online into the indexing platforms.
I want you to push back on my understanding of indexing in equity and indexing in fixed income. So here's what I have been led to believe over many, many years of academic study and research, and lots of great academic analysis. It's really, really hard to beat the market through active management of equities. It's relatively easy to beat the market through reducing risk, changing duration, improving credit quality through active management of fixed income. How accurate or inaccurate are those statements?
So this is a classic of it depends on how you think about the problem, right? So first, it is absolutely empirically true that in many spaces in equities, the average manager just does not outperform. We have all those studies from all the various, research that substantiates that. In fixed income, to your point, there is more evidence that active managers can add value. But what's been interesting over the last decade or so is this rise of better understanding of factor-based investing.
On fixed income
factors. Factor investing has been around for a long time, decades. But within fixed income in particular, I think we've gotten more and more sophisticated models that help us to disaggregate where those returns are coming from. And what we found is that a lot of those active alphas, if you will, out of fixed income managers are really one of two things. They go down in credit quality or they extend duration. And when you actually neutralize for those two things, suddenly the active fixed income managers don't look quite as heroic as they did before you adjust for those things. So one of the big trends that we're really leaning into in fixed income is that applying that factor-based lens to fixed income to be able to more stylize the portfolio, but do so at a very competitive fee level and deliver alpha, but alpha through indexing plus some factor exposures versus kind of just classic fundamental bottoms up kind of security selection.
So what's kind of fascinating about your role is much of the capital you oversee is deliberately designed to not take an active view. What does it mean to be a CIO at a firm like that? Where do your views show up?
Yeah. Well, the first thing I need to just make sure everybody understands is that we do have active capabilities as well. They're certainly not the massive amount of the assets that we oversee. But if you look at our fixed income, equity, and multi-asset class strategies that are active in some way, that's a couple $100 billion. So it's not tiny. It would still make us a pretty significant player in this market, even if that's all we did. So we do believe that there are opportunities for active managers to outperform. It's just one of those things where you need to understand, how much to allocate to those active managers, make sure you're picking the very best, because obviously there are some that can outperform. But I think from a view perspective, it's actually very valuable having all the different perspectives at the table. We have a chief economist and chief geopolitical analyst. They really help us with what are the expected growth rates around different economies in the world, what are inflation expectations going to look like, what's the sort of backdrop against which we're against which we're trying to invest so that we have some sense of are rates likely to move up or down? Is growth likely to be supportive for earnings? Some of those sort of macro factor setting types of things. And then I think within our active teams, and we have a multi-asset class team in particular, they're deploying capital. They're deploying capital into equities, fixed income, subsectors, commodities, gold, cash. And so they have a view on which of those areas are going to do best. And obviously we have lots of discussion amongst ourselves about whether, I personally agree with those views or don't agree with those views. But ultimately it really is a committee that gets together and makes those macro calls. And then within our individual active capabilities, we've got, fundamental and quantitative equity and fixed income. Those portfolio managers are basically charged with, doing the hard work to figure out, how they are going to generate alpha. And we've been quite successful. About 65% of our strategies are outperforming on a trailing 1-3-year basis.
You mentioned a variety of different colleagues and portfolio managers and economists and strategists. But really, it's just the tip of the iceberg. You lead a team of over 600 investment professionals, and they're located around the world. How do you keep an investment organization that large and that dispersed, all on the same page, all coherent, all moving together?
Well, I have a lot of help. So I think any manager will appreciate that the most important job you do once you're in a leadership position like mine is you hire well, right? Mm-hmm. And you let your good people do their work, and you pressure test their theses, and you make sure, as you said, that everybody's singing from the same hymn book where they need to be, or that they're doing their own thing when that's appropriate. And you provide the sort of guidance and oversight, opportunities to collaborate, all those good things. Our business in one sense is a simple business. We're here to serve our clients. We have all the tools at our disposal to serve our clients. We gather together routinely to develop thematics and market outlooks and other kinds of collateral that both myself and the other senior executives can take to our clients as ways to engage with them and demonstrate our facility with markets and our capabilities and insights. And then, basically I let the team do what it does best, which is deliver the results.
So walk us through a day in the life of a global CIO with $5.7 trillion. I would imagine that day-to-day events are just so overwhelming. Yeah. No 2 days really look exactly alike.
No, it's a bit of a crazy day. It's one of the things I love about the job. But I would say the first thing is I spend a lot of time with clients. So in the first quarter of 2026, I was on 45 planes, traveling around the globe, Middle East, luckily before the war started, Asia, Europe, multiple times across the U.S. as well. So I spend a lot of time talking to clients of all types. So we have, as I mentioned earlier, a large institutional base of business, some of the largest central banks, sovereign wealth funds across the globe. But we also have a lot of private clients. We have private banks that we work with, large broker dealers that we work with. Sometimes I'll even meet directly with end clients, depending upon the forum. So that's, I would say that's probably a good chunk of my time. I do a lot of time or spend a lot of time rather on things like strategy. So we have an executive management team which gets together and talks about, from a business standpoint, where do we want to emphasize? What does that require all of us to do? So for investments, one of our big efforts over the last couple of years has been innovation. Since Yixin Hung joined us as CEO in 2022, we've been very aggressive in terms of launching new products and new spaces, including partnerships with firms like Bridgewater and Apollo. So a lot of the strategy for what do we want to do to be relevant to our clients globally, ultimately it comes from the investment team's ability to execute against those mandates. And so we spend a lot of time talking about what kind of resources do we need? What kind of research can we do that addresses the client problem we're trying to solve? How do we partner effectively with these third parties where they might contribute some content? We ultimately own the portfolio construction, and we might have our own research that we want to bring into the mix. And so 1 + 1 = 3, but ultimately we're accountable to that for our clients. And then talent. I mentioned earlier that, you need to have really good people. So we just came off of our annual talent reviews where I get all my CIOs in a room. We work with our HR business partner. We go through our top talent, succession planning, what kind of vectors do we see coming on the horizon. AI right now is a huge theme. So how are we readying our teams to be good stewards and users of AI and adopt that in ways that we can, make better efficiencies and better judgments. And then the last part of it is there's a lot of reading, listening, consuming information. Again, I am expected to, be the face of State Street Investment Management from a client standpoint. And so I need to know what's going on in the world. And as you know, the world's been a really crazy place this year.
It certainly has. Coming up, we continue our conversation with Lori Heinel, Global CIO at State Street, talking about the current market environment. I'm Barry Ritholtz. You're listening to Masters in Business on Bloomberg Radio.
This is your only 24-hour source for world markets and breaking business news. Bloomberg Radio. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. The White House tells ABC that all options are still on the table when it comes to Iran, despite a report from the New York Times which found President Trump was stepping back from a plan to increase military action there on account of an already strained supply of defensive weaponry. Maine Democrats have selected Troy Jackson as their pick to replace Graham Plattner in this fall's Senate midterm.
They're hoping Troy Jackson brings some stability to the campaign, but even winning there won't be close to enough. Realistically, Democrats need to win Maine and North Carolina. Then they need upsets in a few deep red states, Ohio, Iowa, even maybe Texas or Alaska. But none of that would likely matter, in all likelihood, if the Democrats don't hold their ground elsewhere.
ABC's Washington bureau chief Rick Klein, 100 days now until the midterms. And police in Germany now say the 21-year-old they think is responsible for yesterday's car ramming attack on a pride parade sought to join the Islamic State. This is ABC News.
And I'm Monica Ricks in the Bloomberg newsroom. Here are some of the stories we're watching. Formula One just announced Malaysia will host its first F1 race in 9 years in October when it's set to stage Bahrain's postponed Grand Prix. It was supposed to happen in April this year, but got scrapped due to the war in Iran. Malaysia actually hasn't hosted a race since 2017 due to rising costs and declining ticket sales. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says he plans to appeal directly to President Trump over new tariffs announced by Washington this week that he calls unjustified. Albanese says Australia has very strong provisions on modern slavery and the tariffs would undermine their trading relationship. The Prime Minister has called for an end to the war in Iran, which has led to higher energy prices, and plans to make an announcement soon on fuel. Meantime, central bankers globally will reveal their worries about the return of oil to about $100 a barrel this week with G7 rate decisions. Bloomberg's Andrew O'Day tells us it starts with the Federal Reserve on Wednesday.
Even as financial markets increasingly predict that borrowing costs will be higher by the end of this year, economists are still expecting the Fed Reserve's next move on interest rates will be a cut. Forecasters in a Bloomberg survey see the U.S. Central Bank cutting its benchmark rate by 0.25 percentage point in the third quarter of next year. While that's later than last month's survey, it contrasts with views from policymakers and investors who have suggested rate hikes may be on the horizon. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Wall Street's looking ahead to mega cap earnings this week with spotlights on Meta, Apple, Amazon, and Microsoft. Kara Murphy is president of Kestra Investment Management and tells us investors are focused on AI CapEx plans.
Last year it was a little bit different, right? We were a bit earlier in the cycle. The numbers weren't quite as big. This year we move forward. We know a little bit more about how people are using AI. We also know it's going to be a little bit before we start seeing returns on it. So the market is saying maybe we need to slow this pace a little bit.
That's Kestra Investments' Kara Murphy. Till then, we could get some relief on beef prices. The Agriculture Department's lifting a more than year-long ban on Mexican cattle imports to ease soaring prices. The U.S. plans to resume imports in Arizona in late August and eventually open 2 more ports of entry in New Mexico. Right now, the average retail price for ground beef is $7 a pound. Sirloin steaks are $14. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Monica Ricks, and this is Bloomberg.
Summer storms demand strong, reliable windows. Pella's expert craftsmanship delivers impact-resistant, lasting quality. Going beyond expectations, it's a Pella thing. Upgrade today and enjoy Pella now, pay later. Visit PellaWindowsCincinnati.com to make life brighter.
If you visit the Crystal Coast for the first time this year, it won't be your last time. 85 miles of beaches, 11 charming waterfront towns, and so many reasons to come back. Visit crystalcoastnc.com to plan your trip.
When employers like 700 WLW and Cintas choose Delta Dental of Ohio, employees can access the nation's largest selection of individually contracted dentists, and they get the care they need from the dentist they prefer.
This is Jennifer Mueller, Vice President of Human Resources at Cintas. We believe in offering our employees the best in benefits, and that's why we offer Delta Dental coverage.
Delta Dental, building healthy, smart, vibrant communities for all. DeltaDentalOH.com.
Hi, I'm Dwayne Branstetter, owner of Branstetter's Kangaroo. For almost 3 decades, we've been serving Cincinnati with expert roofing, siding, gutters, and windows. Rain or shine, we never take the day off when it comes to protecting your home. Our family believes in faith, family, and excellence. Whether it's a repair or a full replacement, you can count on us. Need a trusted roofer? Schedule your free estimate today at gokanga.net. We hop to it.
Brandstetter's Kangaroo.
Sometimes the difference between stability and homelessness is just one unexpected bill. Maybe it's a car that won't start, a medical emergency, or the cost of a loved one's funeral. At St. Vincent de Paul, Cincinnati, we provide emergency rent and utility assistance so that families can afford to stay in their homes. It's simple. Prevention costs less and means more. Your gift can prevent homelessness before it starts. Give today at svdpcincinnati.org. St. Vincent de Paul, neighbors helping neighbors.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. With self-driving taxis coming to more cities, the messier aspects of serving unpredictable humans are becoming harder to ignore. Passengers are spilling drinks, dropping food, vomiting, and in at least 2 cases, giving birth in the cars. Plus, some folks are so drunk they're forgetting to close the door. And if a remote assistant can't wake a sleeping passenger, company protocols often require them to call 911, further straining municipal resources. Bloomberg electric vehicle reporter Kara Carlson.
They're having to send people like the firefighters because they're not really sure what's going on if this person's asleep or they're having, a more serious incident. And generally, it's pretty much just they're asleep for the most part, but it's becoming a bit of a trend and a bit of an issue.
Robo-taxi companies don't publicly report statistics on sleeping customers or mid-ride emergencies, making it difficult to gauge the scale of these problems. But they're trying to address these issues with measures such as charging riders for messes and using internal cameras to monitor passengers. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast, a conversation with Kunjan Shabani, our senior semiconductor analyst, on Intel's results.
We liked everything we saw. After quarters and quarters of facing hurdles and, missteps, this was finally the most cleanest positive quarter from a fundamental perspective. They beat on all metrics, but more important than that, they showcased a lot of confidence in the foundry progress that they're making. If you add on everything positive that's happening, they were finally now getting to a free cash flow, which people were liking. But this additional spending is again going to put a pause. But other than that, fundamentally, everything looks really good.
Is there anything they can say with regards to CapEx spending on AI that would please this market? Because you would think if they're spending too little, the market might not like it. If they're spending too much, the market doesn't seem to like it.
The investors and shareholders of those hyperscalers don't like it when they spend a lot of money. But the investors for the semi guys that I cover should like that higher number. In fact, if we don't get a much higher number, those investors might not like for the names of NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, and so forth. Because remember, the higher the capex for the hyperscalers, that means the better the probability of upside for the semiconductor guys that I cover.
Kunjan, would you say that the U.S. government owning a stake in Intel has been unequivocally good for the company and the stock?
I don't see any direct correlation there. Like, they haven't done anything except for, investment, just bringing in the liquidity and the cash flow. There's definitely that credibility that, government likely won't let Intel fall.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
You're listening to Masters in Business with Barry Ritholtz on Bloomberg Radio.
I'm Barry Ritholtz. You're listening to Masters in Business on Bloomberg Radio. My extra special guest this week is Lori Heinel. She is Executive Vice President and Global Chief Investment Officer at State Street Investment Management, the asset management arm of State Street with $5.7 trillion with a T, trillion in assets. And that's as of year end 2025. And we're up 10, 12% since then in the market. So do the math. I'm going to say over 6 trillion. Let's talk a little bit about the current market environment. Your global market outlook was titled Forward with Focus. That sounds like you were constructive on risk assets. I always put a question mark where I see, but you must stay agile. Explain what that means.
Yeah. Well, so to your point, we did see 2026 as being still a pretty good year for investors. We thought that earnings were going to continue to do well. We thought that inflation, while not quite back to the 2% target that the Fed had set, was marching in that direction and would possibly give some more room for rate cuts in 2026. And so when we talk about being agile, it was focus on equities over fixed income, but do so in a bit more broad-based way. Like, don't just put all your eggs into the large cap U.S. trade. Look at small caps, maybe even look at things like emerging markets, places where you might get a bit of broadening out of the market, as we saw, maturation in 2026. Of course, the altercation war with Iran turned that a bit on its head. And so for a short moment, we were revisiting whether that was going to be true. Obviously, inflation became a bigger sticking point once again, or a bigger concern once again, concerns about whether you're going to get that broadening out or whether investors would just sort of go back to the trades that they knew and loved and had, more security in. But I think as we get into the middle of the year, we're seeing that our views were largely rewarded. That sort of moving to small cap and other parts of the market certainly have done quite well on a year-to-date basis. And, we obviously are still worried about fixed income and rates and what that might mean as inflation remains a bit more tricky. But, the prints that we're having every month are all over the place. While we think that the Fed is likely on hold for the balance of the year, we don't see rate hikes in the offing.
Kind of interesting. We'll talk a little bit about CPI and PPI in a bit. You mentioned something that I want to explore because it's so interesting. So the Magnificent Seven in 2025, only 2 of the 7 outperformed the S&P 500. I think it was NVIDIA and Google. And this year, if you're looking at small cap or mid cap, you're looking at growth or value, you're looking at Europe, you're looking at developed ex-US, you're looking at EM, everything seems to be outperforming large cap U.S. growth. Is this just the reason to have a diversified portfolio, or is it indicating, is this a cyclical shift, or is this suggesting something else?
Yeah. Well, our view is generally to have a diversified portfolio. At the margin, we might favor large cap or favor Europe or favor emerging markets at different points in time based on relative value trading. But we do think that it's incredibly difficult to time those inflection points perfectly. And as you noted, coming into this year, you still had a lot of momentum and flows into the things that had done well in the past, including some of those large cap names that you mentioned. I'm kind of a traditionalist in that way. I do believe you want to be diversified and have exposures to multiple places. But I do think that this AI enthusiasm, I believe in it in terms of a technology. But when you look at the massive amount of spending that is now being undertaken by some of these companies, they've gone from leveraging balance sheet cash to make those investments to now accessing fixed income markets in a massive way, and even in some cases issuing equities. So you do have to sort of wonder whether that vein alone is going to be where the money is going to be made going forward. I'm not saying that they can't still generate good earnings, but there are plenty of other places. If you think about energy, if you think about utilities, you think about all the ecosystem required to enable that AI transformation. And then perhaps most importantly, the real economy and how sectors like finance or healthcare or other things are going to benefit from these technologies. I think we're just at the tip of the iceberg in terms of what that will mean for innovation and productivity.
So when you're looking at this enormous capital spend that you referenced, and we didn't even bring up all the private credit that's been pouring hundreds of billions of dollars into that. How do you judge when the spending is productive and producing sufficient returns? given how the fire hose of capital, there has to be some misallocation, and there are going to be some winners and losers.
Yeah.
But when does the next incremental dollar become bad money after good? How can we tell?
So it's hard to know, but what we do track is the point that you just made, which is this CapEx translating into increased earnings? And we've actually done some studies where what we've demonstrated is that you are still in the aggregate. Now, every company's different, obviously, but in the aggregate, you are getting a payoff still from the massive CapEx that's being deployed. And so right now, we're not at that tipping point where suddenly that incremental dollar is throwing good money after bad. That will happen at some point in time.
It always seems to, right?
It
Every
always
cycle
does. Calling the timing of that is notoriously difficult. I'm sure we're just about to enter, or we are entering earnings season once again. Expectations are running pretty high. Some of the early results are coming in pretty hot and pretty good. But
unless you're IBM.
Well, there you go. It's not uniform. It never is. But some of the other results have already posted pretty well. So those are the kinds of things we're watching. We're watching for when does that CapEx not translate into incremental earnings.
So let's stay with the idea of artificial intelligence. You work at a very large asset manager. I would imagine the biggest shops have a little bit of an lasting advantage in deploying AI, not only looking at their own language models that they've created internally, just the ability to deploy that capital in a way that makes them more, to deploy that technology in a way that makes their capital more efficient, more productive. How are you looking at AI from the perspective of the finance sector?
Yeah. This is a whole podcast in its own right. But let me just, share a couple of thoughts. First and foremost, we've been on the AI journey for over a decade. We've been using machine learning and natural language processing and other types of technology in our active strategies for over a decade. And I think it's important to also know, as a GSIFI, we're a highly regulated institution. So we've also spent many, many years on the infrastructure, governance, other things to deploy these types of tools, being mindful of cybersecurity threats, privacy, all the other things that you would expect a large bank to be worried about. So where we are now is, I would say, the biggest places that we're seeing AI support our business are in more things that are operational in nature, that are repeatable processes where we can deploy some technology and free up people to do other more interesting things. If you think about some of the marketing elements, things like RFPs or commentary writing or other kinds of client servicing elements, they lend themselves beautifully to leveraging this technology because you have, a database of information. The question might get asked in a slightly different way, and the AI can actually feed back the most relevant answers. And then you have a human in the loop always in our environment today that ultimately owns the final product. But those are, I think, the sort of early wins for us is that kind of efficiency gain, leveraging people to do more higher order things. Down the road, will this get more integrated into our investment process and philosophy? We're experimenting with a lot of things. We've got the concept of a research co-pilot, which lets a portfolio manager, survey hundreds, dozens, whatever, research reports and do so very efficiently using an AI type of a tool. They still have to, pressure test whether the results are getting back make sense. And they still ultimately make the decision about what they're going to do with that information from a portfolio standpoint. But we see lots of opportunities for that kind of augmentation of the human as well.
Let's talk a little bit about inflation. We've had a series of things that have contributed to it. Tariffs, war in the Middle East, etc. Yeah, we got the best CPI print we've had in 5 years, but that's primarily been because we briefly thought the war was over and oil prices plummeted. Now the war is back on, and I track things like the producer price index is 6.5%. We know that's just going to push into final prices over the next few quarters. So how do you think about inflation and fixed income, and specifically, and has macroeconomic forecasting in this environment just become I don't want to say impossible, but so challenging.
Well, macroeconomic forecasting is always difficult. And I would say what we've also seen over the last several years is data revisions coming in at a massive level, too. So what you see in a print one day, whether it's the payroll data or the GDP or whatever, a quarter later might be changed pretty dramatically. So you have to be a bit humble in this kind of environment when you're making any kind of bold calls. But I would say our core view is that inflation will still trend lower over time. We think it might not get back to the 2% level, but we aren't necessarily thinking that 6% is something that's sustainable. The good and the bad news here is that when you have inflation shock coming from things like commodity prices, they rebase. So you get that one-time shock and then you're done unless there's another shock on top of that. So at some point that sort of recalibrates in its own right. I think the thing that we've been most surprised by this year is the underlying resilience of the U.S. economy in particular. We were thinking that labor markets were going to be under a lot more pressure than they ultimately have been, at least so far. We thought that the inflation coming from the war would filter into other places like fertilizer and food and other things, which may still happen, right? We haven't gotten through the farming cycle here in the U.S. But we're not seeing the consumer, while they're stretched, we're not seeing the consumer necessarily pull back the way that we thought that they might. So, the second half will be a very interesting second half.
Yeah, to say the least. Thank you, Lori, for being so generous with your time. If you enjoy this conversation, well, check out any of the 649 podcasts we've done over the past 14 years. You can find those at Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Bloomberg, YouTube, wherever you get your favorite podcasts. I would be remiss if I didn't thank our crack team that helps put these